Hello, everyone. Welcome in to episode 5 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate condensed French resistance campaign. And it was so funny. I just want you all to know that right now it's like, oh no, we're starting the game. Where are my dice? And I went to go and reach for my dice, and then I forgot we're using Roll20, which has electronic dice. And I was just like, I don't actually need physical dice, which is, hey, thank you, Roll20, but that's where my mind is at right now. My mind went into that strange space. Yes. Stybert sent me a message, and I will answer it. I was going to answer it out loud, but it is fine.
You can if you want, but no. I don't think so.
This is Tales of the Foxhole. This is the Academic Foxhole, and I'm happy to have you all here. Thank you for being here, everyone who's hanging out with us. Let me see. Let's do our opening stuff. Thank you for being here. Everyone who's sitting here watching our show, thank you. If you would like to support this show is a very intense with an amazing cast of characters, and I love them. And if you would like to support this show, there are many shows out there, RPG shows on Twitch, or if you're watching on YouTube, also on YouTube. And I appreciate you watching this one. If you would like to support us, you can do so by watching the show. Besides watching the show, you can retweet to let people know that we're live. You can tell your friends. You can say, hey, friends, don't you want to watch a show where people are suffering in occupied Paris without enough food and also punching Nazis? And they might just like that. If you want, you can also follow or subscribe to the channel that's somewhere around here. But more importantly, you can also, we have a Discord. You can join our Discord. We have a channel for this show where sometimes we pop on and talk about things. And we have a Patreon, and that Patreon is patreon.com Academic Foxhole, and the proceeds for that Patreon go to help pay the cast and also for our artists. We just got new overlays. They're very slightly different, and Frithiel is our graphic designer. He does our overlays, and he also does all the promos that we do every week, and so that's really amazing, and to pay him and all of that. And lastly, well, actually, that's not lastly, it's second to lastly, you can also give us tips and bits, and that also goes to help pay the cast. And if you do, messages will be read out at the halftime and also intermission and at the end, just so you know. And lastly, the other thing you can do, and by the way, chat, I see you all. I see you. I see what you did. In this game, they have used fate points, but I have given them a slightly artificially lower amount of fate points to begin with because life is hard for them. But those fate points can be supplemented by support from London, which is where the SOE, the Special Operations Executive, which is basically the secret spy organization that is supporting them, real true thing. You all, as London, can support them by spending the extra credits that come from from watching the channel to give them extra fate points. And it turns out you all have done that. But also there was a little hiccup and the stream restarted, so you gave them double the number. You're normally limited to 4, but I see you gave them 8. I see that. This is what we're going to do. I'm going to give them the first 4, and then at the halftime, I'm going to just see what's going on. See how they're doing. And if they need them, I'll just give them to them then. I might give them to them early if things go really bad.
I don't like the tone of that.
Okay.
Hey,
well, I feel better.
Good. You should feel better because, maybe you'll need them. So we will start off with naming off the first 4 members of, let me do that. There we go. The first 4 members of London who supported. Rissa has given, and I'm moving this so you can see me put them right on there. Rissa has given support. BP Phantom has given support. Coldrake, hey Coldrake, has given support. And also Schmelze has given support. Thank you. This puts them at the moment up to 7 fate points. And I'm going to just mark those as complete. There are 4 more lurking. And I see you. I see you. We'll get there. There are a couple of things to just talk about before we start. A little bit of a recap, a bit of a question, and some information. A little bit of startup. No. Why am I even saying that? Such a lie. I want everybody to introduce themselves first. I want to have everybody introduce themselves. I would like you to introduce who you are and which character you're playing. We'll do where we can find you at the end. But I also have a question which I need to take notes on for this answer because the question is important. Always take notes. I might need the information later.
Do you know what the last note in my book says? Tango is a dead man.
Oh.
I put stars around it.
Did you also put hearts?
Put stars and hearts.
Right there,
little
right there in ink, y'all. That's from last time. Yeah.
Was it? Did I do something that bad?
Depends on who you ask. Some people are very serious.
Okay.
Well, actually, a bunch of people might be upset with you.
Let's just get with the intros.
So tell me who you are and the character you're playing, and please answer this question. I would like to know, as of this point in time in your lives, so in occupied Paris, what is your morning routine? Do you have coffee or fake coffee in the morning? Do you read the paper? Like, what is your morning routine like? Let me know, like, when you wake up and what do you do in the morning? This is just for no particular reason. No particular reason. And since this might be the last episode that we have Stiver because he might be murdered, let's start with Stiver.
Well, my name is James Stiver. Hello. And I am playing Tango, who's right now a man that doesn't have long to live in this world. But he is, how do you describe Tango? He's kind of how the name sounds. He's a bit of almost like a James Bond type character, but he's certainly he makes his marks by wheeling and dealing, and a nice party or two, and that's really Tango. He was a SOE trained guy who just got dropped into a bad situation, but now he has all these friends he really loves.
Very much. He loves them very much. So much. And what is Tango's morning routine?
Ooh, is that before or after?
Yes. What is Tango's morning routine?
Just
I
generally
would say
speaking.
during German occupied Paris, his morning routine is wake up, make some coffee, smoke a cigarette, listen to some music as he wakes up, goes outside, hums a little tune, and gets along with his day.
Question.
Also, being talking to friends and contacts and things like that.
So let me just ask. So you wake up. I have to make sure I have my notes correct here.
Oh, good God.
For no reason. So you wake up.
Yeah.
You have coffee.
Yes.
Smoke a cigarette.
Yes.
You listen to music.
Probably sit like right next to the record player or wherever that station is, and just kind of smoke a cigarette and look over the city if there's a window nearby.
Do you listen to the radio?
Yeah, I do also listen to radio. Depends on the morning. Because
there's like radio news, right? And you've got like official news and
I think you have
London.
to keep up with everything that's going on right now. So it's healthy to do that. And
then you walk the city and meet contacts. Thank you. I'm gonna just write all of that down. So I want to go next to someone who's not mad at Tango, as far as we know. Greg, Grimjack, tell us who you are and then tell us who you're playing, and then let us know now I understand that your morning routine has been disrupted, but you're going to have to figure out what your new morning routine is, and I'm curious.
Right. I'm Greg. I will be playing Oscar Mueller. The one thing I could say about Oscar is that despite having just killed a Gestapo agent and shooting his way out of HQ, I feel safe this evening. I feel like I have a shield between me and any potential problems tonight. So I'm feeling good, really, Trooper. And what is Oscar's morning routine? Well, from the moment he wakes up, before he puts on his makeup, he says a little prayer for you, Trooper.
Oh.
And what he does is he drinks 2 huge glasses of the coldest water he can find, and then runs, does some type of physical activity, whether it be pull-ups or, because as identified before with the face claim, this is Oscar's similar to Chris Evans, and he does have Germany's ass. Back to you, my friend.
Jessica, so I'm just clarifying the details of your morning routines for no reason. So you have the nice cold water, you get up, maybe you do some pull-ups, push-ups, maybe you do a little bit of a run. You are currently staying in the basement of Bricktop's brigade, which does not have a shower. I don't know when they're going to get you a place to stay. They really should. There are places they should really maybe take care of that. But I'm just wondering. If you have a barrel, that's true. But
I have a barrel for you to sleep in if you'd like.
We'll talk about it. So we'll talk about you being a little bit stinky, and having to deal with the fact that they don't really. There was a sink that you can cat bath.
Yeah, I was going to say again, Oscar is somebody that is used to being in the field, and so with said barrel that has been provided, he can absolutely take care of himself and make sure that he is not offensive to any of the wonderful people that have taken him in and then proceeded to go completely crazy.
Speaking of going completely crazy on people, let's introduce Fox, whose character, the last time I know, there was some cocaine involved with her character hanging out. So, Fox, who are you? Tell us who you're playing, and tell us about your character's morning routine.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I am Rocket Fox, and I am playing Sylvie, who only had a little bit of cocaine involved last time. Yeah, I am playing Sylvie. She is a jazz singer, sassy, friends in high and low places. And yeah, she likes to say what's on her mind.
She does.
All of the time.
She does.
And whatnot. Maybe some impulse problems.
I feel like that's a warning for this episode.
I'm not going to nail anything down, but maybe some impulse control problems. But she, normally speaking, in her morning routine, usually it does not consist of, taking tongs and removing vomit rags from the sink. That's usually not what the morning consists of. It usually doesn't consist of discovering many things in the apartment. But what it does usually consist of is, normally she wakes up and she will enjoy some of said coffee that was made by people undisclosed in the apartment, and she may also enjoy a cigarette and listen to said music and or radio, undisclosed locations, apartment, etc., etc. But then usually she will have to go pick up some supplies. She will often take Luke with her because she's not going to be carrying all that stuff by herself, but she'll be getting stuff for the bar. Slowly and gradually making her way there, making sure that, everything is getting set up. Sometimes on her way back, taking a little bit longer to say hello to various business owners and people here and there. Just doing what she does.
I'm going to just make a point of order. You tend to wake up at 10 or 11, is that right? Ish?
When she's feeling particularly spry in the mornings.
Right. So I just want to point out, and I'm not saying this to cast any aspersions against the next person I'm going to introduce, or her character specifically, but that seems really nice for Luke, that he doesn't have to wake up 6 o'clock in the morning because he doesn't have to be in until noon to work to pick up things. And that seems really nice for a young man who is at the club until very late, not to have to wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning. But sometimes some people wake up young men at 6 o'clock in the morning.
But sometimes it's good for them. Sometimes it's good for a young man to have to wake up at surprising hours. It keeps them on their toes.
And it usually is surprising. Speaking of waking people up at surprising hours, Dot, tell us who you are, who you're playing, and then let us know about the morning routine of our dear character that you play.
I'm Dot. I'm very excited to be back this week. I'm here for the drama. And these amazing people. I'm also here for these amazing people. And you, chat. I'm playing Regina, who is a kind of defected German intelligence officer. She is now working the resistance and is a bit of a she has a bit of a regimen that she lives her life by. Just a little
so
bit.
Not surprised.
And surprisingly enough, I swear, y'all, I was taking notes before Greg opened his mouth. It looks the same. So clearly we grew up cut of the same
Germans.
Because Regina gets up between 3 and 4 a.m. if she slept the day before. Most of the time she doesn't sleep, so she'll just work through to the next day with a cold shower because she lives in the cellar of a brewery, basically. She has a glass of water and bread for breakfast, 50 push-ups, 50 jumping jacks, and then depending on the current day's needs, she would do things like tune the radio, make sure that her gun is clean, the sniper's clean in case it needs a quick and fast. So she does that kind of stuff, and then before all of this got a little crazy, before she had to worry too much about multiple identities and double undercover shit, she liked to take photographs of the sun coming up over the city. And so that was, I guess you could say, her new, what's the word I'm looking for? Her new muse, since she had to leave the last one. And so she was kind of falling in love with Paris before it was invaded.
Yeah. And I'm troopersjp. I'm the GM, and my morning routine is waking up thinking, how can I torture the characters today? What is the best way to do that? And then I cackle, and then I write notes in my cackling. That's it. That's what I do. And sometimes I actually do also just torture them. So good. My rolls are good. All right. So let's see. Last time we have a little bit of logistics to do when we start, but I want to do this with you all because I thought that you chat might be interested as well. Let's see, we are starting the episode on Friday, July the 25th of 1941. And the last couple of days have been a bit of a whirlwind for our characters. Oscar was tasked with taking the one van they have, driving it out to the countryside where Dr. Hannah Roth, who is a Jewish doctor who is one of their allies, a member of their cell, and is currently living in Regina's brewery cellar basement, and they have a complicated relationship. It's a little complicated.
Definitely what Facebook would say.
Yes, it's their Facebook status is complicated. Just that's what it is. But she has family out in the countryside. She has some grandparents out in the countryside. And Oscar was tasked with taking a young woman named Jeanette, who was a collaborator. She was having an affair with the head of German military intelligence. And the head of German military intelligence was assassinated by someone, Regina, and Jeanette was framed.
I didn't know, Trooper. You weren't supposed to tell.
Oh, dang it!
Spoiler alert.
I know, and Jeanette was framed for it, by Regina and Sylvie specifically, but the whole group is complicit. And then she was tortured for 2 months. But Oscar broke her out of this the Gestapo headquarters, and she's been brought back to health physically, but not so much mentally. And also she still is quite injured and dehydrated and not doing well. And so it was decided, because she started screaming quite a lot, to bring her out to the countryside. And Oscar had left to the countryside, and today he'll be arriving back into Paris from that trip. And I will say that when he went out there, he got to meet Hannah's grandparents on her mother's side, sort of like a really nice old couple who one of whom is there was like a remarriage situation, right? So the mother is Jewish, the father is not Jewish, but that's like the second husband, and they have this farm out in the countryside, and they welcomed in Oscar and this young woman without question. They fed and clothed everyone. They gave you a place to stay in their barn. They were very kind and quite removed. Like it was like they were off in the French countryside. And it was beautiful, and there was, there were wine grapes, and it was like just like a really kind of a very nice environment with people who were very warm and welcoming. And like I imagine you had lovely food, like sort of delicious food, better food than you're getting in Paris, because out in the countryside people tend to have access to farms, even though the Germans have mandated that you really can't keep most of your food. They spirit things away. So it's probably a fairly nice in some ways, despite the fact that Jeanette was there and is clearly still traumatized. But generally speaking, it was a bit of a break from all of this before you came back. Meanwhile, Tango himself had done a bunch of things. He
was a bit busy.
He was a bit busy. You all saw a solo episode. Well, the cast didn't, but Stiver was there. He did things, which he will talk about. But on his way back from all of the things he did on a solo episode, he was approached. He was with Luke, and he was approached by a man a Muslim man who's Algerian and was part of the Muslim community in Paris, and said that he was needed by the head of the new Grand Mosque in Paris immediately because they needed his forgery skills. And of course, one of the questions is like, how do you know? But nonetheless, word gets around. And when he went to the Grand Mosque in the basement, the deep basement, there's like a fairly kind of labyrinthine basement there. Underneath, in the basement of the Grand Mosque, there were about 100 Jewish people who had fled to, many of them were also from North Africa, but also from around, but about 100 Jewish people who, after the big sort of move that happened earlier that day, which was the freezing of all assets, and basically the theft of all of the money that all the Jewish people in the city had. So like if you had a bank account, you no longer had that money. The Germans just took it all. And that was so people got nervous. There were about 100 Jewish people, many of them North African, in the basement of the Grand Mosque. And the head of the Muslim community in Paris, and by the way, this is a true story. It's a true story. Brought, not the Tango part because he's fictional, but the rest of it is true. Brought in him and said, "We need you to forge paperwork for these people here. We need you to give them paperwork saying that they're Muslim and not Jewish, so they will be safe, and give them new passports so they can be safe, and we can maybe get them out of here." But making forgeries of a number of different documents for about 100 people took an entire 24 hours without sleeping. And he spent an entire 24 hours making sure that these 100 people at least will be safe. And I would like you, Tango, to give me your choice, forgery or rapport.
Let's see. I'm going to go. So would forgery be my tradecraft?
Yes. No. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But you would not. Yeah. But you would not get your bonus for the papers. It would just be straight. Okay. That's about what you needed. So you didn't get a particular boost. Like they recognize you. They're very happy that you helped them, but you don't get any particular sort of big bonus out of that one. But you helped a lot of people. That was very important. And then on the other end,
feel good.
Yeah. But I will tell you this: you do know the head of the Grand Mosque of Paris. He's a person that you know, and you also know that he's also spiriting people away, and you have a relationship with him now. You don't have any boost related to it or aspects, but you do know him. And because there's actually quite a large Algerian population in Paris in this moment, and he's like part of that as well. And our ladies, they, over the last couple of days, hung out, chatted, didn't do anything mysterious or suspicious that involved cocaine. Well, okay, that's not true. They went to the location. There was a location where a location out in the countryside where a communist cell has basic control of that area and sort of set up that area for a landing spot for them. They went off into the countryside on their bicycles with this communist woman, Elodie, to go and meet this plane that's coming from London with 5 radios. And the airplane arrived, and not only was the pilot there, but also Ophelia, the woman that Regina is Regina's godmother, the radio operator in London that she contacts with. It's a regular relationship, and it's also an intense relationship. And they got the radios, but surprise, surprise, 2 of the radios were promised to the communists by Tango. And Regina wasn't excited about that, nor was Ophelia, Sergeant Doris Asher, who was like, I'm not giving experimental radios to people I do not know. There was some conversations, guns were drawn, it was kind of complicated, but in the end, it all worked out, and our group got 5 radios, as well as, and I've added this to our playmat, which is why we're in the map screen right now. I'm going to give you 2 aspects, free aspects with 2 invokes on them, which actually, that is what those other 4 fate points are going for, by the way. Those 4 fate points, 2 from Krellin, 1 from Rissa, and 1 from Coldrake, represent these aspects for these 2 free invokes, which are basically 4 fate points. You have a crate of guns and grenades, and a crate of coffee, chocolate, and money. It's counterfeit, but it's not the point. So you've got a bunch of supplies from them, and they all came back. Home. And
we got cigarettes too, didn't we?
Yes, it's like coffee, cigarettes, chocolate. Money. Basically things that you can use to bribe people with, or if you want to also indulge.
Or I don't know, leave a little stress.
Perhaps
Anybody want some cheese and chocolate and some wine, maybe?
Hey, these things are good bribery tools, and that is where. And they, of course, they made their way, and they had a sort of a lovely time dancing and playing music, and it was a great.
And other things for some other people.
A great sort of coming together between the communist cell and the Bricktops Brigade, and everyone's going to be coming back and arriving on Friday is our time when we're going to be here. But there is one more bit of logistics that we have to take care of. And you're not going to have to pay for this because every session we sort of clear 1 stress. So Regina tasked young Luke, a young sort of quasi-juvenile delinquent who is now their barback, with a job, which was spreading propaganda that there's some communist cell in Paris who has who was the ones who stole or got a hold of this sort of canister of gas and is spearing it away. And this is we're going to resolve this as a propaganda attack against
Say not our strongest.
No. Against who?
Okay. That's a good question because it's about the lie is about the communists,
But ultimately,
but the goal
It's not
of
against
it
the
is to-
communists.
It's not against the communists. It's to convince
right,
German intelligence
right.
that they. So it's actually German intelligence where the propaganda is.
That's
Yes.
the end target.
That's the end target. Yeah, it's German. It's German intelligence. It's got to be.
Yeah.
I will ask you, you have a choice. You can either make a full-on attack or you can try to create an aspect. If you have a choice, one or the other.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
You can either make a direct attack against them,
Create an aspect.
or you can create an aspect.
I almost feel like it would be better for this particular one to create an aspect.
Yeah.
Okay. Then roll
Where we-
propaganda.
Oh, yeah.
Who's feeling lucky?
I'm not, y'all. Do it.
Do
Should
it.
I do it? Okay.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
Do it. I didn't do so good.
You weren't feeling very lucky.
I wasn't feeling very. I said that. I said
You
I
have
wasn't feeling
fate
lucky.
points.
We have plenty of fate points. Okay. Should I re-roll?
Yeah.
Well,
That
what
was
did
a
you roll?
pretty crap roll.
What'd you roll? What'd you roll?
Something
a
not
a
great.
-1. So
Oh,
I
you
can
probably shouldn't
spend-
re-roll with a -1. It would be probably better for you if you can spend 2 fate points on 2 different aspects, and that'll get you to a 3.
That's what I'm looking for is a 3.
Yeah, if you can get a 3, that means that you will get an aspect with 1 free invoke.
You could try re-rolling too.
I know. There's this part of me that's like, if I re-roll and I get higher, see the gambler in me is like,
I know,
it's worth
it's-
it because
I
then you're
know.
only you're still
Listen,
technically
I'm
spending 2
not saying I'm not a gambler too. I mean,
No,
what's the
you know
rest-
what? I
What's
had
the
to
rest
press
of the
that
cell
button.
think?
I
I'm
had
just
to
go-
press that button. We're gonna press it again. We're re-rolling.
All right, I'm just going to say
Yeah,
that.
Yahtzee.
What is
Yahtzee.
what is your
Yahtzee,
justification for the
baby.
re-roll?
I feel. Hang on, let me pull this. I need to reorient this with my
We
face.
do possess Falco's records.
That won't help with that, though.
That though, we are playing both sides.
Fair.
Our troubled aspect is that we're playing both sides. Okay.
And trouble it is.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, I'm so nervous. No!
That wasn't great. That wasn't great at all.
I told you I wasn't feeling very lucky tonight. I said this out loud.
Actually, I believe that's worse.
It is.
Somehow it is. Somehow that was indeed
Oh,
worse.
that was worse. Okay, well, here we are.
So
Definitely going to have to spend well, I don't know, y'all.
I'm going to throw this out here. One, Krellin, one of our viewers, would always tell you never to re-roll unless you're at like a -3 or -4 in your roll. But just so here's the thing: if you'd like, you could succeed.
I
Can
have to
you?
spend 3 fate points to succeed.
It's true. You
at
need
what we
3
need
different
to do-
aspects.
3 different aspects to make it happen.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what it would. That's what we'd have to have, or we could absorb it.
Or here's what happens, because right now this is a great advantage, and you failed. So you either can find 3 fate points to turn that into a success,
Right.
or you fail and I get to create an aspect with a free invoke for the bad guys. Which I'm really excited about.
Here's the other thing too.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just throw this out there.
Mm-hmm.
Because initially where we were a second ago is we would have used 2 just to pay it. What we could do is we could use 1 more, have somebody else roll.
Only 1 roll.
Oh, we can only roll once.
once.
Well, never mind.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing too. I was like, how can I raise the stakes, baby?
Raise the stakes.
Raise it.
But you
It can only get better from here.
So basically, we could spend the 3. So the real question is, how dead set are we on assuring that we build this lie? I mean, it's really the cover we have right now, and the lie that we were seeding is that the communists were involved in the gas.
Right. Well, is there any other thing we could build the gas around? Is I think the biggest question.
Hi, chat.
At this point, do you want the communists to be known as
Gassy.
gassy?
I personally don't.
They eat a lot of beans.
Yeah. We know
Tango.
Tango's got some personal feels about the whole situation.
Well, and now he done made us all just Get all
my
up in the
my
face and
bigger
dance with
concern
all
is
the young men.
it's not the communists. I'm framing them anyways. If we do it now or we do it later, it's too good of a patsy. That being said, Luke started this rumor, and Luke is the one I'm worried about.
I don't know what you're saying. I'm just saying that
What
if you
I'm
take the
saying is
fail,
if we
I get to make an aspect, whatever I want, with a
it'll
free
be
and
based
vote.
on my poor
Yeah,
Luke,
that-
my poor
that-
baby.
That feels very telling. I feel like that makes me worried about Luke too.
Why would I make an aspect related to Luke? Spoiler alert, I'm totally going to make an aspect related to Luke.
You know that Regina has the softest spot for that boy.
But also, he's the one who sprang the
Finding
rumor.
out- Oh, also, whomever among us about his relationships, Luke's, and yeah.
Okay, so here's the question. You're gonna get to build, as long as we fail, you build an aspect on us, regardless.
If you tie, which would be a 2, you get a boost but not an aspect. If you beat it, you get over a 2, then you'll get a free invoke.
So we can basically spend the 3. Okay, we can spend 2 fate points and still succeed at this versus the 3.
It'd be a tie.
It would be a tie, so we'd get the boost, and we'd still get a boost out of it.
But that means you don't get an aspect on us.
That is correct.
So that would at least be that.
Just depends on like how much it matters to you.
It matters a heck. Luke matters a heck a lot.
But as long as we don't like tying, at least removes the aspect against us from the table.
That is correct.
And that I think is the biggest thing. Like,
Yep. So we can spend 2, and we still have 4. That's our 4 from London. We're still starting this episode regardless of this crazy ass.
But I need the
situation.
aspects. What?
Yeah, so
Why
the
do you get to
aspect-
do this?
because hang on, I lost my little box here.
Well, our major goal is a house divided.
Yep.
And this whole thing is trying to get them off of us and focused on other people. I feel like that's
And also, I feel like you and the communists working against communists is another way of interpreting house divided. Go on.
yeah. You know what? Why can't Falca's records? Like, who says that Luke hasn't had access to some of the information that Regina's passed down of like where he would have been working, how to get to his people? Because this is all leading back to Falca and the covering up of Falca. So like she would know which German intelligence or maybe feed information in to his office.
I'll take it.
Anybody else have a better idea than that one? Because I'm real stretching there.
But that's a
Stunt.
That's a stunt, which means if you give me one more aspect, that puts you at that makes you at 4, because the stunt's a +2 without having to spend a fate point.
Oh. So we spent 2 already, and that actually puts us at 4?
Yeah, but you need to give me the other aspect for the second fate point.
For the second. Well, hell, we don't even need to spend another fate point.
You don't?
Right?
It's up to you if you want the booster, if you want the advance.
well, if we could
aspect.
do something, get the boost, and say not to.
Oh, we're gonna get the boost either way. We're just saying, do we want the aspect?
Well, yeah.
Well, you either get a boost or an aspect, and aspects are better because they're sticky.
Right.
Please don't. Can we not use that as the descriptor for aspects?
That's fair. That's fair.
Sticky.
This is very 1980s hair metal band.
yeah. Okay, so,
Sticky aspects.
Yes.
I love
sticky
them.
aspects. Oh man. So the stunt gives us a +2, putting us at 0. We've already spent 2,
Put you actually at
which is
4. You're at 2 right now. You spent 2 for the house divided. You get the 2 for the stunt,
But
which
I
puts
say
you
we
at
spend
2.
the 1 fate point and take the boost, unless we want to. Anybody really saucy about that aspect?
I would feel okay just for the boost, honestly.
Then give us that fate point.
I will. I will do it. You're going to get a boost, and your boost is going to be, and the people in the chat cannot see it right now, but that's fine. I'll give it to you. And the boost is, we're going to call it, am I in drawn in 2 directions?
Great.
Because
I like it.
yeah, because now they're oh no, we're gonna say attention divided. I like that better because it sort of mirrors your house divided. Mm-hmm. All right, and that is you've got a boost. I'm very excited we did that. And now it's a nice, delicious Friday, and I need you all to roll. I'm going to need you to roll against this. I've got a 7 for my intelligence.
Wait, what is that roll for?
That's the people who you've got undercover people, and also people who are out trying to find information about the resistance. It's the faction attack against you all. It happens regularly. I have to spend my faction's resources for it.
So what? Do we need to like undermine that in some way?
Deflect.
Let's break top brigade deflection.
Yeah, how about someone else roll? Just no offense.
Not
How about I
Not it.
roll?
Not
You guys
it.
want me to roll?
Yes, please.
I'll roll.
Oh,
That's a great.
Great.
you are down by 3. This is an attack, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay. We're down by 3. And who is attacking us? German intelligence?
Yeah, this is actually the Gestapo. It's not German
Oh,
intelligence.
this is
German
this is
intelligence
Gestapo.
isn't after us right now.
Well,
The Gestapo doesn't love us still.
I mean, technically, German intelligence is looking for focus killers, so they are. At least Regina's in trouble.
Yeah,
Reservation
so-
for the future.
So do we like that? Now we already have 2 stresses.
You
in
do.
readiness. And so at this,
You
if
could
we
just
let
soak
this
the-
happen.
Yeah.
We
We
could
would-
soak it.
I say we
Well,
soak
how do
this
we
one, but
relieve some of that stress, though?
That's a very good question. You've got to do something to
Like undermine them?
to rebuild back up yourselves, because right now your resources are sort of slim. So
Good
you want to
on
do things to first off, you also, so I will note that you always clear 1 stress every new session. So every session you're going to clear a stress. And so sometimes what you just have to do is basically kind of like calm down a little bit and not like,
Whoa.
not yourself personally, but
Okay.
basically your resources are stretched, which means you just have to wait until you can regather your resources.
Okay.
You're going to just soak the stress?
I would say as long as we figure out a way to alleviate some of it, it would be worth to hang on to the fate points because I have a feeling we're gonna
I
need-
would agree.
All right.
We just need to have a group session together, a nice time when we're
We
not
need like a
yelling
little
at
like
each other.
trust fall exercise and
Which after we yell at each other, we can
We
spend
go
some time not
camp-
yelling at each other.
camping in the woods.
we
You
did
know.
just get chocolate and cigarettes.
That's what I'm saying. After we yell at each other, we can
Right.
not yell at each other for like 5 minutes.
So let me just say it's a nice, beautiful Friday. Across the city of Paris, somewhere out there are undercover agents, undercover Gestapo. And those Gestapo agents are walking the streets, going to cafes, bars, bakeries, talking to people, asking them if they've heard anything or seen anything suspicious, asking if there's anyone who seems like they have things they shouldn't have. Have you heard any rumors? Right? Have you heard any rumors of resistance members here or there? And I will say that they spoke to a number of people across the town. Some of the people are people that you are affiliated with, let's say, or people that you would call on if you needed things. And those people said nothing, but they were a little stressed out by having the Gestapo speak to them, and they've decided to kind of make themselves a little scarce for a few days because they're a little stressed. But it's a little and of course the Gestapo were just speaking broadly, but it is a thing that makes you nervous. People are going about their business hungry, wondering what's going to happen. Sometimes you have young women arm in arm with some Nazi soldiers or German soldiers who are not Nazis going to cafes and movies. In some ways, Paris seems like it is like the Paris you might have known before, were it not for the Nazi flag over the Eiffel Tower and all sorts of French signs replaced with German ones. And it's a strange space. Also, it's like 1/3 the population that it was before the occupation, and so it's strangely empty in its own way. And there are many sort of buildings that are still bombed out and debris in places. It's an odd space to be in. It's kind of a strange emptiness with soldiers everywhere. And the first person who arrives, who's around here on our Friday, is Tango. You finished your work pretty like early in the morning, Friday morning. You were, oh, actually, that's not right. You worked from like Wednesday afternoon to sort of late Thursday. You probably collapsed. And Sylvie never came home Friday night. You knew that she was out there Thursday night. She wasn't there when you got there. You know, she was out there to meet the plane. So you assume that she's going to probably be home sometime later in the evening. I'm sure she'll be back for her show. But you've got this sort of Friday by the time you wake up. What do you do in this morning? Oh, I suppose I should note that the bundle of clothes is missing. It's not on the table anymore, so she must have gotten it. Okay. Also, the rag that you used to clean off the vomit off of your shoe is also missing. You don't know where it is.
Okay. How does the apartment look in general?
That's a really good question. Could I get an awareness from you?
No.
Yes.
All right. That's mediocre.
Yeah, it's mediocre. It doesn't look to you. It looks to you like you left it. It doesn't look to you as if the bed is made, because Sylvie always makes the bed. That's the one thing about her that you can always count on, that she always is actually like she's very laid back, but that's that one thing where she's not particularly laid back, and the bed is made. But it doesn't look to you like she is necessarily cleaned up. It looks a little as if like a breezy Sylvie just sort of rolled through.
Okay. Well, then what I'm going to do is just kind of start. Now I'm just getting in.
You came in way late last night, Thursday night. This is you waking up. You slept. So you slept down.
All right, I slept. Okay, so I'm gonna. Since she's not around, usually like she's around, and I would say that usually in our morning routine, either she'll hang out with me for coffee and listening to the radio or something, but generally she's the one who makes the bed. And so I'm just gonna look around like, oh, okay, let's hope I can make this bed how she likes me making this bed. Let's do this. So then he's gonna make the bed. And I don't know how well I made the bed, because I haven't made a bed in a long time. So, but I did it. It's not even. It's probably a little ruffled up. It's probably, one of the pillows isn't puffed out as well as the other pillow, and it's just, it's probably not great. But he looks at it and goes, "This is this is a well-made bed." Yeah, roll for bed making. And he's going to get his coffee, and he's going to start listening to the radio. But I think it's just a little too weird without her around. Like it just feels a little too quiet. So he's going to get up after a moment and just start walking the city with his coffee. And just try to wake up and hear the sights and sounds and all that good jazz.
And of course, it's not real coffee.
No, right. This is faux coffee.
This is faux coffee.
This is just calling it coffee because you want to call it something.
And as you're walking around, tell me what skill you would like to use to gather information on your walk.
Some skills I'd like to use. How about criminal resources?
Okay.
Or actually, you know what? Contacts criminals. So I'm just going to basically kind of check in with some of my contacts and be like, how you, what's up? How's it going? How's family? But also, oh, that's terrible. Yeah. I'm just not on my game today. I'm still sleepy. Things are off, I don't like it. it's always a weird morning when Sylvie's not there,
Mm.
that kind of thing. It's just odd.
So you know what? This was a discover action, which is an optional action in Fate. It's very exciting. If you succeed with style, you get to ask 2 questions, or ask a question to boost. If you succeed, you get 1 question. If you tie, you get a question but get a minor consequence. If you fail, which you did, I get to ask you a question, or you can succeed. You can ask a question at a major cost.
No, why don't you ask me a question?
Okay, I will ask you a question related to this skill, your criminal contacts. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
So here's my question for you, Tango. Out of all of your criminal contacts, which one is the one who you think is most likely to sell you out to the Nazis? Like, if it got bad, do you know what I mean? Like,
if things got bad, I want to say that there's a I want to say that there's a anxiety-driven, like, middle-aged man who runs a flower shop, right? But he runs a flower shop, but in the flower shop, this is one where he's actually it's where papers are put in a bundle of flowers and given around to people. So people come up, they'll order a particular type of bouquet, and that's where some documents, maybe a forged document or maybe something like that. And I've obviously had dealings with this person. Now, I don't think this is the person I did 100. He didn't know about that. But this is certainly somebody I maybe done some forgeries for, and certainly somebody I've come into contact with and does know that I'm in the resistance because I'm doing these things. I mean, he probably doesn't know I'm working for anything else, but he also knows my face.
Yeah.
This guy is sketchy, a little bit, not sketchy, but
nervous.
Probably has a family that is in Paris and probably has too much to lose. So if push comes to shove, like, I think this guy's probably getting more and more nervous as he just was a flower shop owner and now he's trying to do the right thing or make a little bit more money, and that would be the guy who would probably sell me out the most.
And I would say he probably is also working with full-on criminals as well, right? Like people who like he's probably passing, maybe I could imagine he's probably passing black market items as well through the flower pots as well. So you might come and get a bouquet of flowers and might be able to get forged ration cards or other sorts of what do you call it? Almost had it. Contraband. Right, other sorts of sort of contraband. And so this is a person who, thank you, Skexy. Skexy knew what I was thinking, contraband. And also I imagine this fellow, Jacob Cazal, right?
Okay.
That's his name. And he deals with criminals, right? And I think the moving into the resistance makes him just a little bit more nervous because in some ways that seems a little bit more dangerous.
Works. Yeah.
But he's not betrayed you yet. You just think out of all the people you know, he's the one who you would think would be most likely to do so.
He might crack the most. Even though other people may have families and what have you, he seems to be the most probably nervous about everything he's doing. Yeah. And maybe doesn't have a whole lot of confidence with it.
Yeah. And I think the reason why he's so nervous is because his flower shop has become quite popular with German soldiers who want to give flowers to their girlfriends, their French girlfriends. And so there's just and I think this is sort of relatively new that his shop has become popular with sort of German soldiers, German soldiers, and so there are just more Germans in his shop, and this makes him nervous, right? So there's a kind of a pressure on him right now because of like an increase of. I mean, he's making more money, although he makes good money on the black market, but that just makes him nervous. And tell me, when you get to Bricktops, when you get there, what time do you get there?
Let me see. What time do we normally, everyone normally meets? A little later in the day, right?
It depends on who we're talking about. Regina gets there super early. Everybody else gets there pretty late.
I'm going to say I'm going to get there probably around noon. I'm probably going to have like a late brunch. And I'm probably just going to sit around and again, just trying to get a feel. Now, today's an off day.
Yeah.
This is why he's probably taking a little longer to get to Bricktops because people aren't talking. It seems like, and probably earlier with the rolls against us, adding stress. It feels like everyone's just not talking. People who would normally talk to me aren't even like acknowledging my existence, that kind of thing, which I don't take personally. I just go, oh, okay, you're laying low. And he's just going to probably sit at a park bench with, maybe some brunch and just kind of figure out his life a little bit and figure out what's going on.
And you do have a job to do. You were requested to make some paperwork for mostly a bunch of women, but a couple of fellows for your sketchy contact, giving them sort of documentation that makes them.
Oh, right. Well, how about this? Then at that point, when I get to Bricktops, that's what I'm going to start working on.
Yeah, because people have your supplies down in the basement.
Yeah, supplies are in the basement. I'm not sure if I'll even see Regina there yet, or I'll just go straight to the basement, that bottom door, and I'll just I'll go ahead and start working on those forgeries for the sketchy forgeries. If you want, I can go and roll for them.
Please do. Give me some forgery.
Okay. Can I get my paper chameleon on that?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
That's a superb.
So that's a 7?
That's a 5. Well, it's a 5 and I added the 2 already.
Oh, good. So that's a 5. So you make a set of forgeries, and they are beautiful.
Of course.
They're so nice. I
date these forgeries.
You totally would date these forgeries, but it's interesting because
you may be the only thing left to date.
But as you look at them, they're almost all these sort of young women, and they're all the people that you know that like you recognize some of them, but not all of them. But you assume all of them are the people that worked at that brothel. So you're making basically work paperwork and documentation saying that these people you don't. Can I get from you? Ooh, I need a roll from you. Give me awareness. Give me awareness. It's a retroactive awareness.
Retroactive awareness. Retroactive awareness. Not my greatest skill. That's fair.
Good enough. A number of those women, the accents were slight, but many of them seemed to you like they were Polish. Or Czech. They seem to have come a little bit farther east, these women who are at this brothel. And all of your documentation is saying that they're all French, right? So like you're doing a lot of documentation that it's very clear that you're sort of giving covers to these women, and also like 1 or 2 of the bouncers in this brothel, making them French and not French Christians and not Eastern European, whatever they might have originally been.
Okay.
Yeah. And you're going to get a boost for that. And that boost is going to be... the boost is... I'm going to give this boost to you now. It's not going to actually go into effect until you deliver them. But you're going to get a boost, which is... Brothel's White Knight. And that's going to be specifically for the people.
Brothel latte.
Yes. And as you're working, you're sitting there and you're working, you hear the sound of the back door opening upstairs. And Oscar, you have driven quite some time. It's been a long. You got up very, very early to drive back from the countryside, 'cause you're actually quite far away. Where that farm is actually in Vichy territory, not in occupied territory. So you were more southern, and you finally made it back. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was very, like, of course, driving all the way there and back is very difficult because gas is hard to come by. So that was one of the things that slowed you down. Gas is really hard to come by because France does not produce its own oil, and there's a blockade on. So it's difficult. But you made it back, and as you walk in, the Brick Tops is empty, which does not, well, you've not been here very long, you don't know. All you know is that the club really opens up at, like, in the evening, 5 or 6 o'clock at night, probably around, it's a cafe, probably around 5 or 6, because I know Sylvie. She probably does not want to open up at 4. That's probably a little bit too early. But like, if they open around 5, you can get people like post work coming in to drink, and that's all right. So it's about 1:30, and the place, when you come in, if you can think about the place, there are 2 doors. There's the front door, which brings you right into the main room, where you've got all these tables, and in the back, you've got a bar. In the center, you've got these tables, and you've got a dance floor. And on the other side, you've got this stage and a backstage area. But if you go straight across from the door you walk in, there's a curtain. And behind that curtain, there's a sort of like a back area. There are a couple back areas, but there's a back area with like a sink, some things like that, like a little table for people who might be working. And then the door that will take you into, usually like a couple of like barrels or alcohol, some sort of supplies are up there, sort of basic supplies. There's a back door which will take you to the alleyway where like the supplies will come in and out, and then there's a stairwell downstairs, a stairway that goes down to the basement, where you have all of the sort of like some music stands and costume pieces and set pieces, and then of course also the secret room. So you come in the back door, where you've parked the van, and the place seems to be empty. The basement is where you are sleeping, of course.
He would walk in. He wouldn't announce himself, just for, the prerogative of a soldier. And as he would come in, he would, just take in the space a little bit more, because he really hasn't gone beyond the back door, the downstairs, the secret room, the bar, and then just repeated that whole circuit. So for a moment, he would look, and if he doesn't see anyone, he would go over and stand on the stage, just pull himself up for a second and take a gander at his favorite view in the world.
Give me a perform roll.
Sure. Great.
I'm going to give you a boost as well. And the boost that you get is, this stage like this stage like the back of your hand. And as you're up there, you look at this stage, and it is the front of the stage itself is not particularly wide or deep, but there's actually a much deeper backstage area. And you can see that you can tell that this is a place that, you've been around a lot of different places, and this particular style. This was a place where they had done a lot of cabaret and maybe a little bit of light theater, kind of like political satire. It's like the way it's set up is enough that it's like not just a bandstand. It is clearly a stage where you could do plays, sort of musicals, things like that. Like you can sort of, you get a sense of the lighting system, the lighting rig. You kind of actually, mucking about with the backstage, you see that there's actually kind of like a little setting where you can actually sort of move sort of flies up and down. It's got a pretty decent lighting rig. It's mostly set up right now as a bandstand, so that you've got like a set for all the instrumentalists and a person to sing. But there is enough space to have a smaller combo off to the side and actually do shows up front. And you can tell, because of the way it's constructed, that this is probably what has happened in this place. And you've been to so many of these cabarets, right? This is currently kind of a jazz club, but it was clearly built as a cabaret. And the acoustics are very good. The sight lines are very good. You could do a lot with this space, but also you get a sense of how you could hide hear things within this space. You sort of note where all of the sandbags are that sort of hold the flats up or down. And all the mechanics of this space you get a good sense of, and it looks to you also they've not been used particularly recently. Like there's like it's been mostly music, it looks like to you, but there's still a bunch of this old sort of theatrical mechanisms in this stage area that could be utilized in ways if you were so inclined.
Well, he would begin committing all of that to memory, just, the workings of it as much as he can glean and kind of absorb. And after a few moments had passed, he would look around and make sure he was still alone. And he would pace off the clear floor of the stage, the clear boards, right around where presumably the singer would be placed, as opposed to the area that was occupied by stands and seats and things like that for the band. But any clear area, he would walk off and pace off either at an angle or at an up and back. And then he would look around one more time, close his eyes, and run to the edge of the stage, his foot coming right to the edge. And he would perfectly spin in a dance move, just coasting his arms like a swan as he spins with one leg extended behind him and runs back to the space he was in with his eyes closed. And then just stops and opens his eyes and makes sure that nobody saw that.
Oh, could I have seen that? Because I heard somebody coming in.
did.
If I just let me go check. Otherwise, I could stay where I'm at and just work on forgeries. They could be really funny. If
I did want to ask you, you do hear somebody walking around upstairs. Who did not announce themselves, do you go upstairs to see what's up?
Yeah, and I'm actually going to roll a stealth because no one announced themselves. That's average.
Give me your awareness, my dearest Oscar. Yeah, you sneak up there, and when you arrive, you see Oscar on the stage with his eyes closed, and then you see him do this exceedingly graceful move that is also a little daring because he comes right to the edge of the stage. It's just like a centimeter from the edge, and he stops with his eyes closed. You don't know how he knows exactly where the edge of the stage is before he sort of swims back and comes to the center, and then he opens his eyes, and you are, I imagine, off by that curtain. I don't think he sees you just yet.
And that's when I'm going to be like, that was magical. As he kind of slow claps. Are you kidding me? You, Oscar, you're magic. You're beautiful, man. You are absolutely a gorgeous dancer. What are you doing here? Oh, okay. You know what? I get it. War. What? No, I'm just saying that, sir. If I could just do a look, could you teach me that?
If you could teach me how you are exceptionally sneaky, that would perhaps
sneaky. Oscar, I was simply just walking around, and I happened to stumble across you doing this right here. I'm not a sneaky dude, okay? Maybe out of professional, yeah. Okay, yeah, no, okay. I'll teach you how to be a little quiet if you teach me some of those sweet dance moves, my friend. Because that was gorgeous. You belong on this stage, my friend. I believe it in my heart.
Thank you. Yes, instruction, sneaky for spinning.
Okay. Oh, the sneak and spin. Maybe it's a move we can do against the Nazis,
If we wish to die, yes. Everyone, wait! Don't shoot us until we do our sneak and spin.
A sneak and spin. Oscar, would you like a sandwich or some liquor?
If you have, it's been a long drive. Perhaps cold water. If there's some available, I can get some.
Oh no, I got it over here, and I'm just going to go over to my sandwich making area that I've at this point made like a little, probably like a mini fridge of some sort with all kinds of meats and breads and stuff that I've carefully it's an artisanal setup of a sandwich making area. and I'm going to start making him a sandwich. Not asking him. I'm just going to guess at who he is, the kind of man Oscar is, and just give him the sandwich. Also, I don't have a lot of ingredients, so it's going to be the same 3 ingredients that I would give myself. So here is a sandwich, cut in half. And I push it over to Oscar, or push over to the edge of the bar for if Oscar wanted to come over and grab the sandwich. And I go ahead and break out some brown liquor and pour it. And I push that next to the sandwich, like, lunch.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And he would take a bite. What is he eating?
Yeah. What is he eating?
I want to say it's provolone ham and slightly older bacon, not cooked right now, but very like pre-cooked. It's not the best.
Let me ask you, what did you do to get this stuff? What did you do to get these goods?
Contacts, tick for tack.
Who?
I would say there's a butcher that I do business with, and in exchange for either paperwork or actually in exchange for information on where to get some trade goods. I'm able to get some ham, all kinds of pork products, hence the bacon and the ham.
So I take it that you're kind of doing some wheeling and dealing, it sounds like.
Wheeling and dealing, and most of it's actually for me and my incredible enthusiasm for sandwiches.
And what do you give him?
What do I give Oscar?
No. What do you give the butcher?
What do I give the butcher? I was like, I already gave Oscar's sandwich, sir. No, what I give the butcher, let's see.
The butcher gives you black market meat, which is very hard to come by because people are starving in Paris at this moment.
It's actually pretty good ham.
Yeah. The bacon's iffy.
Yeah, and in return, I probably give him cigarettes. Like he probably, because this is probably a personal trade, right?
Yeah.
So, and that's on top of like, hey, I know some, I don't know, when some security detail may be coming here and there. So like avoid that with your black market ham, but also here's some cigarettes, and he gives me like bacon. And I don't know what he thinks I'm using it for, but it's totally all for this this sandwich station, which apparently I'm a terrible sandwich maker.
It's war. I feel the sandwiches are pretty awesome at this point in time.
Yeah, but it's also a bit like somebody who is an artist. They love art, but they're bad at it, but they just love to do it.
And you get this sandwich.
Oscar appreciates it for its the passion that's gone into its construction and the high quality of the ingredients.
I'm not going to ask you to make that deception roll. I'm just gonna eat that sandwich.
Well, yeah, and he's totally Tango's totally going to watch Oscar as he eats it to see like, I can't wait till he smiles.
I will roll that perform.
It's fine. Yeah, I'm not even going to roll against that. Like he just thinks that you love the sandwich.
Right, and Oscar's genuinely appreciative of the sandwich. It might not be his exact cup of tea, but it's he definitely appreciates it because being a soldier, he has not had any type of fine dining for quite some time, and just the quality and the fact that you made it for him. No one's made him a sandwich in forever, So he eats it and he nods his appreciation.
And you were in this place together alone for a little bit. What do you chat about?
So what have you been doing?
And he's gonna do like that 1,000-yard stare out to the window. I'm let's see. I am pretty sure what I've been doing is pissing people off. So, do you have
you been making them sandwiches? I'm kidding.
No, I haven't. And maybe that's part of the problem. I mean, metaphorical sandwiches. Maybe I should make a metaphorical sandwiches. No, the good news is, Oscar, I found some people who helped us get some radios and a good safe spot to get radios. And I've also made a deal with an old friend to do some things. And I was in a bad spot, but I did get hopefully some gifts a gift for Sylvie. I hope she takes to heart. But I don't know if it was the right gift now on reflection. Oscar, when you think you're doing something really nice, and then you wake up later and you realize that maybe you weren't. I think that's where I'm at right now. So also, Mark, Regina and Sylvie are probably not going to be. Have you seen them? Do you know when they're coming? You know what? Don't worry about it. I'll just yeah. So that's me. I was doing some things, dealing. I haven't really slept much, Oscar. I've been forging a whole lot lately, man. It's the forging business is really picking up. But the good news is I had one of the best soups I have ever had.
Throughout that entire throughout that monologue, as soon as things would pop up, radios, and Oscar would remember there was a discussion about radios. Then, the last time he was here, as he would go to ask a question and you bounce to the next topic, he would go to, have you seen Sylvia? He was going to say, he bounces to the next one.
Yeah, and that's what he's doing.
Right. He just continues to eat his sandwich and then just stops. And at the end, when you finally get to, you've done a lot of forging, but you're tired now, and then he would only be able to get out as he's chewing, what have you been forging?
Oh, I've just been making people not Jewish.
Oh, yeah.
Comes down to it. 100 people, and
100.
well, more than 100 if you really look at the other stuff I'm forging for for a brothel, which was a fun place to go if you ever want to go. I don't normally actually like brothels all that much. I mean, it's like to me, like, ooh, it's fun. The friends want to go, and maybe we'll all go for
for the hot
have
wings.
A good time.
Is that
hot
the excuse?
Wings.
Yeah.
but I tend to just have a few drinks and that's it.
So that's what everyone says. They went to the place called the Hooters. They're like, oh, you only go to Hooters for the wings. They're like, yeah, no, I see you. You're not going to that place for the wings.
Yeah.
But I really like the brothel for their hot wings. They're really good.
Good soup as well, right?
Well, no, you don't get soups at brothels. I don't know. It's probably something. It's probably a law or something. I've just never seen soup at a brothel.
But you said something about having soup that was the best.
Yeah. Oscar, sometimes you make decisions and you think they're just the best decisions.
You said that as well.
Well, that was Sylvie. This is a new thing.
This is a terrible evening you've had, but go ahead.
I made some really bad decisions, Oscar, and I'm probably going to die today. And I think it's going to be from the hands of my friends. But maybe not. Maybe they'll see what I did and understand it for what it was. I'm really talking in a lot of puzzly talk right now. I don't mean to. I haven't had a lot of.
I'm just going to note that you, Tango, hear this the music box that you gave up. No one else hears it. Oscar, you don't hear any music, but you do. Tango, you just hear. Maybe it's a memory, maybe it's a memory, but you remember the sound of the music box that you gave Yvette.
Oh, I hear it.
Mm-hmm, you do.
For realsies?
Mm-hmm. In your head, you hear it.
Oh, in my head, I hear it.
Yeah, you hear it inside your head.
Yeah, so gave a music box. Oscar, what have you done today?
I just drove all day. Is all I did.
Oh my God, tell me about it. So you got to relax? Like nobody asked you to do anything? You didn't forge any paperwork? No communist gave you a nice soup? No, nothing?
No, Trooper, I wanted to ask real quick.
Yes.
is there if would it be something that Oscar could roll for? Like if he knows the name of the brothel, if he can see if he heard it in Gestapo HQ, just if he can get like points of reference that if Tango gives him points of reference, he could say, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I remember seeing something about that.
Yep.
I don't, okay.
That's just a discover. You just say like, whatever skill you want to sort of ask a question about, right? So if you're like, you could ask about, you could say, well, as a soldier, you could say maybe shoot, correct? That's one of your soldierly skills, right? You could say, let me do a discover based on that, or based on awareness, or based on like whatever skill that you think would be relevant to that particular thing. And then you can just ask, and you can ask.
Okay. Again, here's a stretch, but I need to learn this for myself. Could I do like a perform basically, because the brothel is a place of entertainment, that people go to. Yeah. In a way to kind of make the connection. Yeah. Or
because I would say yes, perform, because that you could very easily have known someone who had performed there, right? Like you could have like known people in that spaces. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, he would. I mean, as in role play, narratively, Oscar would kind of. I just drove, but the brothel where you've helped these people. What is it called? Where is it? And perhaps I can help some way.
You're muted.
Oscar. And we didn't actually make up a name for that brothel, did we?
We did not, but I actually do have the name, but it is in one of the thousands of tabs that I shut down because it's an actual brothel. So I have to give you a different one instead. Because there's this amazing woman who ran these high-end brothels. But this is going to be the Little Bird.
The Little Bird. Yeah, it's a place called the Little Bird. A friend
but in
of
French.
Mine, yeah. Friend of mine took me to after we finalized basically an alliance of sorts. So, that's fun. That's how you finalize things. That's how you had a bit of a party. Yeah.
Le Petit Oiseau? Is that how you pronounce it? My language is German and Spanish, not French, so my French pronunciation is terrible.
Okay, so as soon as he hears the name, can he then like pull back into the data banks to see if he's heard anything? And I just roll perform for that? It's good.
You can ask one question. Ask me one question.
Ask you one question. Have I heard anything like have I heard anything beyond this being entertainment? Has there been a business aspect that the Gestapo would be, for instance, I would think that if it was a brothel that they wanted to kind of keep quiet, I would hear about it during smoke breaks or over coffee. If it was something that was perhaps a passion or a job or a target, it would be talked about inside openly, like in one of the rooms that I might have passed by,
Well, considering that you rolled for perform for this, what I will tell you is, while you were sitting there being a guard at the Gestapo headquarters, which was not great times, and people didn't really talk to you much, right? Like you were not somebody... you didn't have any friends there. People didn't. You were German army. They were Gestapo. They didn't really like you or care about you or really pay attention to you in any way. And so you were just like you were there, and you would hear them, on breaks talking and chatting. You know what I mean? Like you would hear conversations going on, and many of them were banal and not interesting. But there was a conversation you remember. And the reason why I remember it is because they were talking about a performer, that there was a woman who danced. There was this dancer. She would do the dance of the seven veils and other sorts of dances. And her name was Loie Fuller. And you just remembered that, right? Because you just remembered this sort of this name. But you remember, as you recall, that actually she was performing at this brothel. And now that you recall, a number of the Gestapo people at the headquarters would go to this particular brothel and frequent it for the entertainment. So you know that it is a place where Gestapo people, various people who are in that sort of organization, would go for entertainment purposes. It did not seem as if they were investigating. It seems that they would go there to party.
Okay, then that's exactly what he would. Oscar would say. Is this place? I've heard of this place before. They would speak about it at the Gestapo headquarters. You might want to tell your friends that just to be vigilant and be careful, as their clientele could be some very dangerous, very evil people.
Yeah, I noticed some of that when I was having a few drinks the other night. So thank you. Thank you for telling me that.
And I would say this, Oscar, there's something else you would know, because you know the politics of this. If the Gestapo are going there, that means it must be pretty luxurious, because they tend to be... You know how...
Snobs.
Yes, they tend to be snobs. Yes, that's what it is. They tend to be snobs. And that also means that you would guess, I mean, you've not been there, but you would guess that German army's not at that place. So like regular German soldiers are probably not going to that brothel very much. You're probably getting Gestapo, and of course they're not going to be in uniform. So you might have, right, so you're going to get, it's going to be kind of a space where, and for all you know, there could also be German civilians who are maybe also well off who might go to that sort of a place, but you would imagine that none of your army buddies would be there, but the Gestapo and maybe other kind of people at that level would be there.
He would finish his sandwich throughout this exchange, and then he would go over to the other side of the bar, and he would say, it kind of by the shoulder, the back of the shoulder blade, to Tango, this way, step out. I promised you something as well.
Yes, sounds good. We'll step out.
He moves a few of the chairs out of the way here on the floor, and he would say, there's a lot on your mind. You have spoken quite a bit about a number of topics, and I think that sometimes it is best if you are a music lover, then you hear the song and you hear the beat and the pattern of the song, and like a heartbeat, it can it settles you, it brings you down, it focuses you. So if you will,
Okay.
then he says, as he stands beside you, he says, I would like you to reach down for your toes.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. No. Let's do this. So he reaches down in for his toes,
and then he moves his hand down your right knee and begins to lift this leg straight, and he would take it off the floor, and he would hold you for balance at like your stomach or your chest as you begin to kind of table.
Okay. Oh wow. Okay. This is neat.
You just hold it and then reach forward. Reach for something. It doesn't need to be anything. It could be your friends or the music, a lover. Just reach forward.
Okay. And Tango like closes his eyes and just reaches forward.
And maintaining the balance so he doesn't fall, he would almost like with the support beneath the chest, and as Oscar learned, the support at the small of the back by his belt, he would slowly turn him on his left foot, almost like the point of a compass, with his arms outstretched and the right leg back, and he would slowly move him, and then he would scoot, like kind of hunker down himself, and as he would move him around, he would wait until his head was right beside Oscar's, and then he would kind of whisper into Tango's ear, are you thinking of anything?
Yeah. I am thinking of not falling over.
Good. and he would push him back upright. And as he's still squatted looking up at him, he would say, all the rest of the stuff will work itself out.
And that's when the door opens, and Regina and Sylvie, it's been a long ride. At this point in time, you in the back, your van has arrived, your van is back. In the back, there's this farmer's truck, and the farmer is still there, and you have walked into the bar, and you know there are things that need to be moved from that truck into your basement. And when you walk in, you see Oscar crouched, right there in the main room. Oscar crouched below, and Tango sort of coming up from this sort of strange position as you two women walk in to see the gentleman.
Oscar would stand.
Alleyway now.
Oscar would stand up and look back and go, "I'm going to have some water." And he would walk from in between them. And
Oh, Tango. So you found out how much he can lift then?
Yeah. I found out how much he can lift. Good.
Wonderful. We have
Good.
things to bring in from the back. Can you gentlemen
Okay.
help?
Yeah.
I'm already
Works.
downstairs. Or I'm already out back.
And
Just follow. You know where to go.
Yeah. Sounds good. I'll follow. You okay? You look a little
We had a
on edge.
long ride. Also, the truck back there is very uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable. You know how
This is
other
better
trucks
than
have
biking
cushions?
60 miles?
Yeah. And also, the farmer's truck doesn't have seats. There are no seats.
Okay.
There are
Oh,
no seats there. I have no butt anymore.
you have. Oh, hold on. Let me. You know what? This is not the place. We already talked about
See that.
PDA. We
We'll-
talked
we'll
about
fix
PDA
it
before.
later.
We're
We
not
need
going to do
bring
that
these
again.
things in. The man's going to leave with all of our stuff.
What? Okay. Let me go down there. So I'm going to go over and help with the truck.
Oscar, do you also help?
yes, and he is not standing in between anybody. He is on the periphery. He is the floating electron way out here.
There are three crates that are fairly heavy, actually, that need to be taken inside. Can I get? Let's see. It's the afternoon. It's not early morning. I'm gonna need. Well, let's say you're in an alleyway, but there are people on the streets. Do you have any feelings about what you want to do about that?
Oh, yes, I do.
Mm-hmm.
Regina does. Can I just okay, Regina, we already put the radios together.
Yeah, they're in a crate, but they're put together. So you've had it was a lot of stuff that had to be put together.
Can
Now
we
it's in
drop
a,
that directly off at the brewery instead?
Yes.
Okay. Those all the supplies go here though.
Yeah.
Like all the actual
Yeah.
chocolates and whatevers. So only 2 crates, and then I'll have him drop the other one directly off at my place because those are the radios.
Well, we have 2 sets of hands to grab those 2 crates. I'd say that's perfect.
I'm just asking, do you want to do anything to make sure the people on the street don't notice you, or do you just what are you gonna do? Because I'm just saying, I have a fate point for you if you'd like one. Because I could give you a fate point because Nazis are everywhere, and if you'd like a fate point, Nazis could maybe notice that there's a farmer's truck in the alleyway of a nightclub and think that's kind of weird in the middle of the day with a lot of hay on the truck, and if you would like a fate point, we could have Nazis come and visit you.
I would not like a fate point.
I would not like a fate
Well, then-
point.
I would also not like that right now.
Well, then-
I would rather move our goods.
Then give me a fate point.
Okay. I will even give up Regina's if necessary.
You can give me a group one. It's a group problem.
Okay. Well, I pulled. Hey, wait. I can take that one back. There it is.
Hmm. All right. Well, I suppose no fun. You guys are no fun at all. Nazis are not
No.
going to see your mysterious truck. It's fine. I just note that chat's don't do it, but it's all right. It's all right.
Don't do it. All
It's
right.
okay.
Yeah. And as we're I guess we're pulling out radios, right?
Well, no,
it.
you've got these big
Oh,
crates. You've
no.
got 2 big
Oh,
crates.
crates. Okay, that's
Kind
right.
of a
Sorry.
No,
it's,
I sit
Yeah.
and watch the two of you get the other 2 crates. I sit on the radio crate.
She wants those to go elsewhere.
I imagine actually you probably would have taken the radio crate to the to your place first.
First,
Yeah.
even
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's
Where
all
do you
these
want-
crates in the truck.
All right. So where do you want these 2 crates? Are we just bringing them in?
It's pretty much. Let's see. The main crates have food, and we had one with weapons. Yes. Take them upstairs.
Well,
Okay.
you're on the. You only have one. You have like your main level. You have the downstairs and the alleyways on the main level, right? So
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Take them inside.
Okay. And right before I'm like I have the crate or whatever. I guess me and Oscar are both like holding a crate together about that, and kind of stop like hold on.
And it's heavy.
Hey, just want to let you guys know, I'm really glad that we're all good friends, right? Just really, really appreciate
Johnny.
everyone.
Johnny,
here.
they're not your friends. You know that. Come on, Johnny. You know they're
Sylvie
not
isn't
your
actually
friends.
overseeing this. She's over by the bar.
All right. So
We just kind of sent everyone over by the
Right.
truck, and it's just
That's
messing
right.
around at the bar right now.
but I'm really just saying that to Regina. It's like good to see you. I'm glad we're great friends, and glad to have you in my life. All right, Oscar, let's go. Whoop, whoop.
Good day. He looks at Regina. Yeah.
And the first crate is actually quite heavy. The first crate, you're like, whoa, what's in this crate? This is very heavy. And then the other one's actually not that heavy at all. It's a smaller crate. Like there's like a larger one, and then there's like a smaller one, and the larger one's actually pretty heavy.
Okay, so I guess we'll pull both those crates in.
Truck.
Yeah.
Bang on the side. Get it out of here.
And this, there's an older gentleman, weather beaten. He looks like he's like clearly worked in the sun, kind of leathery face, and he's, you all know, you're old.
Can I bring him some like food and water before he goes back?
I mean, you are surprisingly well stocked compared to.
And I give him a couple smokes for the ride back, because come on.
He goes,
And no seats is better than a bicycle seat.
and he's like, do you want to take the bicycles?
Yes. Yes. Yes, we do.
Of course we do.
Yes, Regina does. I pull the bicycles out of the back. That I can do. Yes.
Oscar will help with the bikes
Yeah.
if that keeps him from getting killed. So he will kind of like shoulder the 2 bikes. He would ask the driver, presuming farmer's truck,
Yeah.
blah blah blah. You know, having just come back from where he is, could he ask if they're going in the direction of Hannah's grandparents? So he would, you know, you in the country, Vichy. Thing, like
And he kind of stops for a moment, and he narrows his eyes at you, and he looks to Regina.
yeah.
And he kind of gives you a look that says, is this guy okay?
I just kind of nod like he's with us. So
No, I'm not going to the Vichy, other side of the country. Not too far.
That's his apologies, and he would just carry the bikes in.
I just lean in and kind of grab the edge of the truck and just say, it's someone he cares about.
Oh. Is there... it's another... it's a German. Mademoiselle Berger. Strange?
We're at war. Everything is strange.
No, he thinks you're French, right? Because you have
Right,
your sort of...
because I speak.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's my
Yeah.
cover.
Yeah.
But remember, not all of Germany is bad.
And he thinks about it for a
Still made
moment.
up by- yeah, she just says the country is still made up of people.
Hmm.
By people. But many are controlled by few.
And when you say that, he nods very deeply, and he says, it is true. The great Karl Marx was also German. So, And he sets up the engine and he pulls his truck out.
You got bikes?
They belong to the communists.
I don't give a shit. They belong to us.
They belong to
now.
Wait, they belong to all
They
of
belong
us.
to us now.
These bikes feel red. These red bikes.
Yeah.
If they belong to the communists, they belong to all of us.
That's right. It's collective.
Yeah.
And there you are in Bricktops, it's probably around like what, 2 p.m. Just you 4. You don't expect Charlie usually comes in a little bit later. She usually comes around 4 o'clock.
Good. We need to go through these crates before anybody else gets here. Well, bust them open. I'm not going to do it.
All right. Manual labor. I am built for this. Let me tell you. All right. I'm gonna have to.
Regina, you know what? Regina makes coffee. She has biked 60 miles. Was met by a
Technically
girlfriend
100,
she
yeah.
didn't know
Yeah.
that she had.
You know, Sylvie recalls mentioned something about not wanting to bike 60 miles and being very honest and open about that, and not pretending like biking 60 miles would be no problem.
They seem a little bedraggled, is what I will say.
Like a hot day.
Well,
Like
I'm sorts,
mud
I'm just
all
gonna
someone's
over
a
my
little
pants.
hungover from a little bit of a coke binge. I don't know.
Yeah. And I made you sweat it out on that bike ride.
Yeah.
Wasn't great.
They look a little worse for wear.
We would appreciate the extra hands.
Yeah. No, gotcha. Guess crowbar. That's how you open these things up. I'm gonna get a crowbar, and he's gonna. This is. Tango's not used to manual labor, so he's looking at that, looking at the crowbar, looking back at the crate. All right, Oscar, time for us to do some of this crowbarring on the crating thing. Crate crowbar. How you guys doing, by the way?
He would take the crowbar from him and
Come
kind
on.
of shield it and just start toying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feel free to roll up your sleeves if you need.
Oh yeah, no, I will. He's gonna roll up his sleeves. You know, my hand hurts so bad. I don't know if you guys, what kind of night you guys have had. It sounds like it's been a night of biking. Is that what I heard? I saw the bikes. I saw you guys.
Well, there was a standoff with guns.
Oh.
Apparently, we almost lost some of our radios.
Lost them.
I am not as emotionally invested in that as some other people might be.
Oh, yeah. I really wish we had direct, like, I don't know, maybe sometime in the far-flung future we could just deliver messages.
Radios
to each
would help
other.
with that,
Delivering
delivering messages back and forth quickly.
Wish I could have warned you, Rena. You're probably real upset. I'm just getting a vibe here, and I was already telling Oscar earlier, right, Oscar, that
Told me nothing. I'm going to work on these guns.
Regina sips freshly brewed coffee and looks at Sylvie and says, "I'm sorry. Do you hear something?"
Oh no, this is my worst fear.
That really depends. That depends on if I hear what caused
A
my
buzzing.
bathroom mirror to break.
Yeah.
If
It must
I
be
heard
the same
that-
thing that forced me to bike 60 miles with a woman I don't know, or I don't know. That's
Oh.
just a really tedious.
If I heard what made my bathroom mirror break, I might actually hear something. I don't know.
Oh my God, I'm invisible. This is the worst nightmare ever.
And you know what else? I'd be very interested to hear how some sort of vomit rag ended up in my sink. That would be something worth hearing.
Johnny, I told you they weren't your friends. I told you this. I told you don't really fit in with these people.
You need to shut up. You just need to shut up. I did not want you to come back this soon today. Okay?
This is a Rockette question. Are you saying this out loud?
Yeah. He's kind of like
I
lower.
can't believe you would say that.
No,
That's
that's
very good hearing.
no.
Listen,
But-
I was only gone for one night. That's a mean thing to say.
No, that's not what I was. Sorry, it was the voice in my head. It's coming back.
What? Oh,
I know.
Oh no, this is. Oh my goodness. She goes around the bar and she's gonna pour a drink.
So all right, let's just work through everything that is the reason why you're not talking to me, both of you. While Oscar is
she's gonna
obviously
come
doing
around.
all the work.
She's gonna come around with a drink.
Oscar, do you need any help back there? I am
He just pulls up one of the like the shotguns and cracks it open and is like checking it. I'm fine.
And just so you know, you have in this crate 15 brand new. It's very exciting. Tango, you would have seen them before. None of the rest of you probably would have. Sten Mark IIs with silencers. These are submachine guns, a brand new deal.
Did you say silencer?
Yes, I did say
I heard
We
silencer.
can't stay sour for long with these guns in the room.
These are submachine guns that are sort of produced by their big sort of SOE guns with submachine guns attached with silencers that they are using to sort of arm the resistance with. And you've got 15 of these submachine guns. But there's also like two sort of small boxes, lots of ammo, and small boxes of grenades as well. So you've got 2 small boxes of grenades. You probably got like 24 grenades about, like in 2 boxes of 12. And a bunch of submachine
then
guns.
Oscar would look over at Regina and Sylvia and be like, is Aziz? Is there one? Is no one using as leftovers or?
They are for us.
it's like Christmas.
You don't get any, Tango.
Oh,
Can I have his?
Yes, you can.
that's all right. I get it. With the silent treatment, you probably weren't happy that I made a deal. Okay? You probably weren't happy, but guess what? You got what you needed. It wasn't everything you needed, but at least you got a safe spot to get your equipment. And on top of that, we gained allies. And I don't care if they're communists, by the way, they are allies.
I pull my gun from my shoe and I point it at Tango's head.
No, not. What have
And
I
I say,
told you? We're
Tango,
only pointing guns at people
A
we don't
woman that introduced
have
herself
on our
as your
team.
friend
You were in my bar.
at the end of
Sylvie-
this very same gun told me that you told her, as the leader of our group,
Oh, I did
you
say
got to
that, didn't I?
deal our radios. I cock my weapon. 5 women, 5, over the last 2 months, have given everything to learn how to use them for our resistance. And you traded it as if it was your currency. You did not earn them. They are not yours. You are not my leader anymore.
Sylvie's going down. She's gonna go between all this.
And I put the gun back in my shoe.
There's a knock on the door.
The listen,
front door, right
we-
where you have the guns.
We are all irritated right now. She is looking directly at both of everyone. We are all irritated right now. This is not happening right now, right here. No one is pointing a gun at anyone on our team in this building. Do you understand me? This is to everyone. Even to Oscar. She's looking at you, and you. Not in my bar.
Then we should move the ones that are currently out in your bar.
Can Oscar take him to the stage?
You move it. I'm going to answer the door.
I help you move the crate to the door and put it behind the stage to make it look like
All right,
He's
Sylvie's
gonna,
go to the
he's
door.
gonna drop 2 bags, tie the sandbags to him, and pull it up into
Yeah.
as the crate goes
nice.
up. And
Just a little bit. Pull the door open just a little bit.
I'm gonna
We're
need.
not open right now. What do you want?
I'm gonna need from you, Sylvie. Ooh, give me an awareness. Mm-hmm.
I will
Mm-hmm.
do that,
Mm-hmm.
even though I don't want to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Some
Listen,
stranger that you don't know is standing there. It's a man. He is wearing civilian clothes, sort of a hat, clean shaven. He's got like a small envelope, kind of like a wrapped package, but like, kind of like a, maybe so so thick, under his arm, and a newspaper, and he's looking quite happy to be there. Like, he's looking like everything is a sunny, bright, lovely afternoon.
You look cheerful. Why are you here?
Ah, Fräulein, I'm here to go and see your tango.
Ugh. How about this? How about you stay here for a moment and I will return?
Of
How about
course.
that?
But I have to tell
My
you.
floor is dirty! How about you stay here for a moment and I will return, I said.
Okay. Well, all right.
I would hate for you to see a dirty floor.
Okay.
I'll be back. She shuts the door and she goes, Tango, there's someone at the door for you!
And by the way, this entire time, Tango's just been in the center now, just kind of awkwardly turning around. Like, I'm not gonna help with the crates because that's where Regina is, and I can't answer the door, and I'm just gonna look at my hands and then look up back at the door. Yeah, just
Okay.
okay.
She's going to, she's
And I'll
gonna,
note the second crate is still in the front area.
Okay.
The crate of
So I'm
guns
gonna
isn't
go-
put away, but there's that second crate there.
I'm gonna go to the door. Before I do, I'm gonna look over at Sylvie. Yeah.
well, as he's passing by, they're gonna, like, I imagine, pass each other in this. And as he's passing by, she's gonna, like, put an arm on and be like, we're going to talk later. It's not like but it's not like, it's just tired. She just sounds tired.
Yeah. I need to. I'd like to.
I would too.
Let's- Okay. And he's gonna
Yeah,
put an arm
it's
on
not
him.
an angry tone. It's just like,
Yeah, I get it. It's not like we're about to break up tone. It's no, let's just talk.
we're just we're having a talk. Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong.
We're just
Go away,
having
door.
a talk, and then
Just answer the door. Just make sure I don't
answer
have
the
to deal
door.
with it. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay. So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna answer the door. It's like look over.
It's your friend Sigmund.
All right, and then I'm going to come outside, close the door, and keep him outside with me. Sigmund, what are you doing here?
Tango. You're not going to invite me into the bar. It's
No, not right
rude.
now. Did you hear about the dirty floors? You know you don't know, but Sylvie really doesn't like people seeing her dirty floors.
Sounds like a metaphor for something. You know. Tango.
It takes a while to get to see her dirty floors. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
This is the woman that you are living with right now.
You know, I really hope that you would have been too drunk to remember.
Oh no, I have been by your place.
Yeah, of course you have. Of course you have. So
I've not been inside. I've not
why
been
are
invited
you-
in yet.
no, because guess what, Sigmund?
Hmm?
It's been a real rough day, and not like an emotionally rough day. And right now, I'm having some issues, internal issues. You know what I mean? Like a lot of issues going on.
Here's
and I
the
know we're
thing.
friends,
Wait.
and I just need a little personal space.
I could
know
buy
what
you
I
a drink. In your bar.
mean? No.
You keep me at
Not
a
right
distance.
now.
Oh, fine.
I know we're partners. We
Mhm.
promised to be partners,
Mm-hmm.
and we're like brothel buddies, right?
yes.
Like we had a great
Yeah.
time. Yeah, that sounds weird when I say it out loud, but
Hey, do you remember that time when you told everyone I could play the piano, but I could not, and then I was embarrassed in front of everyone? Remember that time?
right, because I really hated you and I wanted you to be embarrassed in front of everybody. And
Yes.
they all clapped and then they all laughed. And
Yes.
that's the clap
think,
and laugh. That's what I do sometimes.
I think you should let me into this bar of yours. It would be embarrassing for you, and I think turnabout is fair play. Hmm?
No, that's not even. And honestly, you have a lot now because of me.
But I don't yet have the things. Actually, I don't think this is true. At the moment, I've given you things, and you have not yet given me things. Hmm?
Side note, what was it I owed him?
Oh, you owe him the documentation and a
Okay.
whole bunch of drugs from an American doctor who you've not yet hooked up with.
Okay.
A bunch of morphine.
So
Bunch of
I'm going
morphine.
to stare at the door. Just, oh God.
I have given
You are
you.
not allowed to come in, but I will give you some of the documentation I was working on just today. How about that?
Do you know how awkward it is that you might give me secret things right here out in the street? You know that's not a good idea. Come on.
Secret things.
Hmm? I also have things for you. Come on, that means a bar.
Why do you want to go in this bar so bad, huh? Why?
Because
Why?
you don't want
You're
me in
like
the bar.
an annoying little brother.
Well, I like to think I'm the handsome older brother, and you're the American younger brother who has a bad haircut. Hmm? Come on, that means a bar.
Fuck did you say about my haircut?
Ugh. Everyone knows Americans have strange haircuts. Come on, let me in.
You're not going in that bar. You know why? Because I am your partner, sure, but they are not your partner. They are not your friends. The bar is not open, so you are not able to get in. And I get it. I get it. You really want to go in that bar right now, but you're not going in that bar right now. So guess what's going to happen? We're going to take a little walk around the back of the bar. You and me, we're going to have an old friend talk. And let's set some fucking boundaries. Okay? Because I've had a night or two. I mean, you were there for the night. You know the night. But I mean, some people are not very happy with me. So.
I just want you to know that I've been spending the last 2 days since we have been together fulfilling your last request. I've been working for you, partner.
All right. Well, let's go around and I will fulfill one of your requests.
All right, thank you.
Just go around the back. Is that okay with you?
It's fine.
And the back door is more fun. It's more our style.
That's true. And you can hear him, you can see in his face there are a lot of dirty jokes he's right about to say, but he doesn't say it as you walk around to the back of the of the bar.
We both know you prefer the back door.
Perhaps I do. Anyway, remember when never mind, I won't tell you that story right now. Come, give me the things I want, and I'll give you the things you want. I don't know why you want them, but it's all right.
Sure.
I promise I wouldn't ask.
Yeah. Well, that's it. That was the deal, to be partners. I needed these things and you not to ask. So we go, we'll just walk around the back casually, smoke some cigarettes, kind of talk like friends do. And honestly, at this point, they are they are old friends when it comes down to it.
Yeah.
Frenemies. So he's going to go to the back door. He's like, you stay here. I'm going to come back. Hey, you're getting to the back door. That's progress.
I've already been to your back door. Just a few days ago. Go give me the things.
Come on.
And I will give you the things that I have for you.
All right. So I go and I get the forgeries that I had promised. And I come back with them. And, I wrap them up in like
a newspaper?
Basically like the alcohol cartridge, like alcohol, like when you would put alcohol in, because this is a bar. Yeah. So I'm going to bring it out to him. I'm going to put that in here. All right. What do you have for me?
What you asked for. And he hands across this package, right? Sort of like maybe like a foot and a little, like maybe 18 inches long, but kind of puffy, right? It's tied with a bit of yarn, cord, like not yarn's not the right word.
Okay. But was this a thing for?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I'm gonna put it in chat. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But anyways, I guess Oscar's downstairs too.
Twine.
There we go.
Thank you.
Oscar's downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The answer is yes.
Oscar is also downstairs. Like, Oscar, you don't see anything happening right now. It's no big deal. This is just some stuff. It's forgery. I'm making backdoor deals. And just casually brings it back out. Hands it over.
No judgments.
I knew I liked you.
And he says,
all right.
So thank you for this. And he checks them out a little bit right in the back end. He goes, oh, good work. You always do good work. I feel like one of these days, let me in the club before the opening. Perhaps we could play poker like the old days.
How about we start with this? There's a place I play poker with some of your friends. in the army, in the military. Sorry, not army. Why don't we play poker that night?
All right. Good.
How about that? All right. That's what partners do, right?
You promised me dinner every week. Once a week dinner.
I did. I promised you once a week dinner. You're kind of a needy friend. I'm going to be honest, but you needed a lot of attention. It's fine. I also need a lot of attention, but I'm also getting it regularly in a healthy social situation with both my.
Your what?
You know what? Nothing. I have nothing.
Look, Tango, look, listen. I'm just trying to tell you that we have to move a little bit quickly on this. We don't want to sleep on this deal. We've got big opportunities to change the whole city.
I know. We are going to change the city. It's going to be in a brave new light, painted in money and other people's stuff. So we're going to do all that, just like the old days.
Yes. Look, all right. We'll meet up for this thing, and I'm going to keep looking around for my contacts to see what I can do. I think I might have a couple of inns and a couple of gangs, and you get me that morphine, and I hope this thing that I got for you, out of a lot, it was very difficult, by the way. This was not so easy. It wasn't like the other stuff, which was just sitting in a warehouse. This I had to sort of do a little bit of sneaking around and whatnot.
Well, my hope is that it's worth it. And, thank you. But one other thing. Stay away from me and Sylvie's apartment. You hear me? Because we will no longer be partners. There'll be a lot of bad blood if you don't. And in return, I won't hunt down everything that you're doing. You don't see me at your apartment. You don't see me looking around at anyone you're hanging out with. You don't see me all up in your business, right? And you want to keep it that way. And I could. I can make life real hard for you. So why don't we just agree on those boundaries?
Roll me rapport. The target number, that is not it. Your target number is a 4. Because
I want to help somehow.
There's just about no way I can do that. Because
that 4 is what you need to start making that condition that he has on you start to go away.
Yeah.
All right. Helping that Tango knows I would kill Siggy.
It's all fate points is what you
need.
With
my bare hands. If I caught him around.
Or you could succeed at a major cost.
Or could I start a combat with him, but of the mind?
This is actually a healing roll, is what this is. This is to heal your consequence. Because you have a consequence. Yeah.
Well, how about this? I am going to spend my fate point.
You need
just in case I get some kind of something.
Because isn't your report really good?
No.
Oh.
It's a 1. So
how come your report is a 1? You chat with people.
I know. I think.
This is how he's got in this situation.
Decisions were made, and I really think that. Okay, how am I not able to? I'm having trouble with the fate point.
Oh,
not able to click it.
You have a what are your stunts, my friend? Nothing good right now. Nothing good right now. Yeah. So,
I don't have anything there.
Yes, so my dearest fox.
They're still in the basement.
They're actually in the alley because he's not bringing this man inside your bar.
Oh, that's right. Okay. I didn't know if they had.
No, he's not letting this man inside your bar. Okay. Even though he wants in your bar.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to let it happen on this one.
Okay.
Or I'm sorry. I do want to spin that fate point. I am having. If someone could delete it for me.
Yeah, I got it.
Because there's something screwy for me. So I wouldn't mind trying one more good time. I know that there's probably not a chance, but in case I do some kind of critical thing here.
You need a 4.
Nope, that's even worse.
He looks at you when you say, all of that, and there's like this really tense moment between you. And then he leans in this very kind of like threatening way, and you can kind of see all of that Sigmund that he is, Siggy. And right as he gets so close to you, he could almost kiss you. He just like taps your cheek and he goes, "You're always such a joker. That's what I like about you." And he takes the package you gave him, and you have the package he gave you, and he gives you a wink and he walks down the alley.
I'm going to go in through the door, and I'm going to slam the door. I'm just going to hear him cursing and cursing as he's going to then approach. Then he's going to approach Regina.
Mm-hmm.
Where is she at? What's she doing?
I think she's up in the top, yeah? In the front of the bar?
Yep, I think, yeah.
So he's going to go to her and he's just going to look at her, and she's probably still very upset. And he's going to say,
maybe she's dealing with the other crate. I don't know.
Yeah, I might be helping Oscar with crates or something.
Okay. Well, he's going to come up to her, and maybe like there's still like a table next to them or something. He's going to put this down on the table, this bundle of twine stuff. And he's going to be like, "I got this for you. Pulled a lot of strings. I don't know if it's going to be helpful. I don't know if it's going to be anything that you care about, but it just thought I was going to do something. I don't know if it's nice or not, but I wanted to do something for you. So this is for you." And he's going to walk away.
I ungracefully open it with a knife. Like I pop the twine on it and kind of slap it open. What is it?
You see something you have not seen in a while.
What is it?
It's break time.
No!
Yeah, it's break time.
I want to know what it is!
Yeah, it's break time. Chat knows what it is. Oh, yeah, it's break time. It's something. I don't know how you feel about it, but it's something you've not seen in a while. Something that you did not expect to see at all at this time and place. And we're gonna go on a 10-minute break. It's also really good. What's in the box?
What's in it?
What's in the box?
Box.
Pretty sure even I don't know what's in it. I think it was just finding stuff, but no.
Oh no, you asked for something very specific.
Oh, I did.
That very specific thing was gotten. That very specific thing was gotten. So
something specific.
Oh yeah, it was very difficult to get, but it is here. So we have some donations. So Rissa has given us 300 bits at the top of the show for Tango, who we know isn't getting any other love today, but you got some love from the chat.
Or tonight.
We don't know.
We don't know. Just kidding. I don't know.
Cole Drake has donated $20 with the message, helping out the most amazing game group. Love you all. Aww. And Pitter Patterer, I don't know about your name, but I've thought you and I are psychically linked right now, with a message that says, "Resistance toujours." Thank you.
Yes.
And then just recently we got 500 bits from Marissa, who says, "Love the extended moment between Oscar and Tango before the storm."
It's the calm before it.
Oh, I just want you to know I'm so excited for what's in the package, for what's in the box. So we're going to go on break. Everybody hydrate, stretch your legs, and we will be back in 10 minutes. And please, I hope you will enjoy our audio selection for today. Our audio selection for today is a variety show. Buy your war bonds, everyone. Buy war bonds.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to hear the United States Treasury Hour Millions for Defense. The network time for this hour has been donated by the Texas Company to our government as a Texaco contribution to national defense.
Millions for defense.
The United States Treasury presents an hour of entertainment starring Don Amici, Jack Benny, Claudette Colbert, Betty Davis, Jane Froman, Mary Livingston, Tyrone Powers, Master of Ceremonies, Barry Wood, Ray Block's Choir, and Al Goodman's Orchestra.
any bonds today. Bonds of freedom, that's what I'm selling, any bonds today. Scrape up the most you can. Here comes the freedom man, asking you to buy a share of freedom today. Any stands today. We'll be blessed if we all invest in the USA. Here comes the freedom man. Can't make tomorrow's plan, not unless you buy a share of freedom today.
First came the Czechs, and then came the Poles,
and then the Norwegians with 3 million souls.
Then came the Dutch, the Belgians, and France.
Then all of the Balkans with hardly a chance. It's all in the book, if only you look. It's there if you read the text. They fell, everyone, at the point of a gun.
America mustn't be next. Any bonds today? Bonds of freedom, that's what I'm selling. Any bonds today? Scrape up the most you can. Here comes the freedom man, asking you to buy a share of freedom today.
Any bonds today? All you give will be spent to live in the Yankee way. Scrape up the most you can. Here comes the freedom man, asking you to buy a share of freedom today. Any bonds today? Any bonds today? Any bonds today?
Hello, everybody. That was our theme song, Irving Berlin's Any Bonds Today, and this is your man about bonds, Barry Wood. Right now, it's my pleasure to introduce our master of ceremonies for the evening. Here he is, the favorite of millions, looking handsomer than he even does in Technicolor, Tyrone Powers.
Thank you very much. And, Barry, lay off that handsome stuff. You know Boris Karloff yourself.
Well, in this company, I am. Say, by the way, Tyrone, how's it they let your magnificent fizz out of Hollywood? I thought you were working in a picture about the RAF.
Oh, we just finished yanking the RAF, Barry. I've come east just long enough to see the shows and to do Liliom with Annabella at a summer theater.
The summer theater? Say, I didn't know you were one for the legitimate stage.
Why, and my father and his father, Barry. I played here in New York in 1936 with Catherine Cornell in Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, sure, Romeo and Juliet. I saw that show. What did you play, Romeo?
No, I played Benvolio.
Benvolio. Oh, sure, Benvolio. I remember you very well. Of course,
Yeah, you should live so long.
Well, it was a long time ago.
Oh, no hard feelings, Barry. It was a pretty small part, but I was mighty glad to get it. When the theater's in your blood, the important thing is to act, not to be a star.
Well, you're one actor who's managed to do both, Tyrone.
I've been lucky, Barry. But there are a lot of stars on our show tonight, and I'm taking up more than my share of the microphone. Let's get on with our program.
Okay, that's a swell idea.
Our first guest tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is that lovely singer of popular favorites, Miss Jane Froman, doing a number that is already a jazz classic, Cole Porter's Begin the Begin. Miss Froman.
Like the song of music so tender, it brings back a night of tropical splendor, it brings back a memory evergreen. I'm with you once more under the stars, and down by the shore an orchestra's playing. And even the palm seems to be swaying when they begin to live it once more is past all endeavor, except when the tune clutches my heart, and there we are swearing to love forever, and promise promising never, never to part. What moments divine, what rapture serene. Two clouds came along to disperse the joys we had tasted. And now when I hear people curse the chance that was wasted, I know but too well what they mean. So don't let them begin, oh begin. Let the love that was once a fire remain an ember. Let it sleep like the dead desire I only when they begin, oh yes, let them begin, make them plan, till the stars that were there before return above. Till you whisper to me once more, and we suddenly know what heaven is when they begin the when they begin when they begin the
Thank you, Jane Froman. And they can begin the beguine any time for my part, as long as you're singing it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are to have the pleasure of hearing a dramatic play starring Bette Davis. If Academy Awards, popular favor, and critical acclaim mean anything, then surely Bette Davis comes as close as anybody to deserving the mythical title, First Lady of the Screen. Tonight, this truly great dramatic actress appears in a story of a woman who learned the hard way what it means to be an American. And here is the author and producer of the playlet to introduce it, Arch Oboler, speaking from Hollywood.
The scene, the federal court of the Southern District of New York. The judge was about to administer the oath of allegiance to a group of people who had passed their examinations for American citizenship. I say the judge was about to administer the oath, but at the moment he's not speaking. He's staring with amazement at one of those before him, a girl. His mouth opens and closes wordlessly, and then at last he speaks.
I beg your pardon. What did you say?
I don't think I should be a citizen of the United States.
But you came here. The reason was to... Young woman, do you realize what you're saying?
I shouldn't be a citizen of the United States.
All right. I heard you. What's the explanation?
Well,
Well?
I only say what I have to say. Maybe in times like this, the government's got more important things to think about. But please, Your Honor, if it is all right with you, I'll tell you why I said what I said, and then I'll go away.
I'm listening.
My mother was an American, and when she met my father, she went back to his country. And when I was born, my father's land became my land. My mother would sometimes talk to me of America when I was small. America was this wonderful thing. America was that wonderful thing. But it was just talk to me. I was happy where I was. It was a good land, so warm and bright, so much music. Everyone laughing so happily. The man you passed working in the field, the worker in the street, and the...
hello, everyone. We're back. Welcome back to the second part, post-intermission of City of Light and Shadow, and I'm resetting the number of group fate points they have. When last we left, by the way, hey chat, I hope you enjoyed our audio for today. I was so happy to have found it, and it's like an entire hour long, but you got the first 10 minutes. Maybe we'll listen to some more as we go. As we left before the break, Tango's very, very sketchy and amoral Black Marketeer contact, who's also a lieutenant in charge of supply for the German military, the army. So he's like a supply lieutenant and a Black Marketeer, which is quite convenient. He and Tango have been friends long before he was in the military, and they have a long relationship, and Tango asked him for a present, a very difficult present that took him about 2 days to get, and he left that present for Regina, and she has just opened up this package.
What is it?
Well, the first thing you see is a jacket, a men's jacket. It's tweed. It's got the sort of the German Alpine collar, where the kind of little standing collar with kind of a felt, and the nice sort of wood horn buttons on it, and it's got the little embroidery on the chest of a little sort of like Edelweiss, and that is on the bottom, and on top of it are the glasses, the wire-rimmed glasses that you know so well.
This is my father's stuff.
And his pipe, and his wallet, and his diary, and his sort of packet of tobacco, and his little snuff box, because he smoked pipe and he also likes snuff as well. And that's got his jacket. It's got the little pin. This little pin that was like of a stag, like a little stag. It's like a little metal pin that was on the jacket. His handkerchief is there, and it's like a really good sort of sized book, a diary book. And there's like his socks, his underwear, his basically a bunch of his effects. It's not a whole lot of them because it's just not that huge of a package, but it clearly looks to you like the contents of what would have been a travel bag, but also the contents of the things that he had, like his like a valise, a travel bag, but also things that would have been on him. And you shot him in the head.
I did.
You did. And the jacket has just the slightest fleck of blood right there on the corner it's not a lot because you were very clean, but there's always a little bit of spatter, and there's a little bit of blood on the lapel. But it's the effects of your father, and you know these were taken from his body because this is what he was wearing. Not the extra pairs of socks, the extra pairs of underwear. And there's a book. There's also a book. Like there's like a plain booklet that is like that. This is like his diary where he would write. He was always writing and taking notes whenever he got some kind of inspiration for something. Like chemical, like he didn't like write diaries in terms of like, let me tell you about the flowers and the sun, but it was always this kind of like what his day was. It was very regimented, and then sometimes he'd get these sort of flashes of ideas about chemistry. And there's one other thing in here that you did not expect. The diary you expected, the wallet, sure. These are all things of your father's that you know. These are things you've seen him do. The pipe, and this pipe is it's one of the pipes that has it's I can't remember the name. It's like seischaum. It's like this kind of a coral that is then like it starts white, but then as you smoke it over time.
Oh, meerschaum.
Yes, meerschaum. Yeah, it's like a nice meerschaum pipe. It gets nice, and it's it's an antique, right? It's actually it was like his grandfather's, and it's really well aged. And but there's one thing here, all these things, these memories of him that you did not expect to see. It's a book, and it's a book of yours. It was when you were, I don't know, probably 14, 15, 16. There was a book, and I want you to tell me what it is, that he thought was nonsense. It was not math, it was not science, it was not chemistry. You were spending far too much time running around with nonsense that he thought you should be spending a little bit more time on the hard sciences. And he took this book away from you, and he said he was going to throw it away and get rid of it because, he was... It was one of those moments where you got into an argument, I imagine, right, about his, like, you had a little bit too much interest in the arts, and he thought it was distracting you, and he took this book from you, and he told he was going to destroy it. But it turns out that it's not destroyed at all. He had it with him all of this time, and you don't know why he carried it with him, but this is with his other effects, so it seems to you that it was clearly something that he kept with him always, even when he was traveling. And maybe it's like, poetry by Schiller or something like that.
Something I can't really think on.
Or even a folio from Shakespeare.
I know what it was. It's Franz Kafka.
Yeah.
It's got to be Kafka.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's got to be Kafka. Mm-hmm. And maybe it's my favorite. It's the Metamorphosis.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Which is the great story of family abandoning you at your worst.
Yep. And it was, and I want you to tell me a little bit more about this argument that happened when you were like, I'm thinking like 14, 15, 16.
Oh my. Okay. Oh, okay. Does it have to be around the book?
In the end, he took the book from you and said he destroyed it. That was the outcome of all of this.
Okay. I imagine that her and her father, since she had no mother figure around constantly, their life was made in deals. And it was a balance of chess at all points in its existence. And I imagine that she embarrassed him probably one day. Maybe at like a rifle shooting or something like that, when he asked her not to, and she did anyways. And the balance of getting to read this degenerate art basically didn't hold, and he took from her. That was like the balance she took from him, and so he took back. And at the time, I think she was reading Franz Kafka's The Metamorphosis, and I imagine it ended with like a locked bedroom door, no doubt, from the outside. A literal metaphor of the metamorphosis. And
then you need to go and, none of that. And he said that he destroyed it. He said he destroyed the book. It was, it was degenerate anyway.
It's not the first or last time she watched her father destroy a book.
Except that he didn't, because here it is. And it has clearly been read.
I put the lid back on this box. I pick it up silently. I walk out back to a trash can. On my way out, I'd like to grab a small canister of gasoline.
Like
I go out to a bin out back, and I open up this box, and I start taking things out. His jacket, clothing, underwear, socks. I start tossing them into this trash can out back.
Oh, by the way, you all see this. The rest of y'all, you see her do this.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm actually quiet about it. I kick it out to the middle of the alleyway so I don't start a fire in the middle of Paris. And I his clothing, these kind of effects. I keep the pipe, the wallet, the journal, the book, all the books. I have to know, are his glasses real? Did he actually need them, or was he did need them? I imagine I picked them up last and toss them. And I keep the pen. I burned the box too. I put everything in a pocket or in my side satchel bag, so it's out of sight. I will deal with that when I don't sleep tonight. And I come back inside. I'm like, does anybody want to stand outside? I have a fire burning.
Yeah. I'll come outside.
How does it feel?
To what?
Well, to get rid of it.
Oh, that has already been done. I did that once before. This is just a finished cleaning up the mess. There was blood on the collar. I look at Tango. Kind of dead giveaway.
Well,
Point of order,
figured.
I don't know if you've told anyone that you killed your father in this group, have you?
Told everybody, didn't I?
You
I
told.
thought she did.
I did.
Oh no, I think she did. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I did tell
It was
everybody
kind of
Yeah.
that I killed my father.
That's right.
And
That's right.
that I rushed
Blanket
past
statement,
that.
but-
Yeah. It was like a moving on. Like, oh, I killed my dad.
Yeah, it wasn't like a conversation.
No,
it
it
was
was not a
more of just that
conversation.
this happened.
Yeah.
It was a statement.
Yeah.
You know, my hope was that either you'd find a few things you can truly burn and bury, or there are a few things that that maybe you kept around that you wanted. I'm sorry if it wasn't a great gift at all.
It was a fine gift. How can you manage to do so much digging in one night?
Bit of a pickle with my old life meeting my new life. You know what I've done in my previous life. That's how we met. So trading and dealing.
With Germans?
The Germans have, and this is part of the reason why I even agreed to do it. The Germans have a giant warehouse full of all the stuff, things, articles, personal belongings they've taken from the Jews. I don't know if...
Who runs the building?
Do I know who runs the building?
German military, the army.
The German military run the building, but the man who knocked on the door earlier is the... we'll just say he works in that building.
Is he
He's
a
able.
liability?
He works for the highest bidder, and that's mostly himself. And right now, I am a partner with him. So liability, no, because if the Germans find out what he's done, he's most definitely dead. You know that gas you have? Him.
Well, for what it's worth, if the Germans find out what we're doing, we're also done, so...
So I don't want him around, but he is quirky. How about that?
And I'm assuming how you got this. Yes?
Yeah, it is.
And he has access to this building, you're saying?
Yes.
Interesting. Tango, you should invite him in next time.
Okay, well, next time I'll invite him in. I do not want him to know that we are all in as deep as we are. He knows I'm involved with a resistance movement, of course, but I don't need him to know anything more than that.
No, of course not. But if he likes going for the highest bidder, well, I feel like the establishment knows a thing or two about making people feel fancy.
Yeah. And I do want to talk about, and this is not, it's not easy because honestly, outside of you guys, I would not consider him a friend. We have double-crossed each other many times before.
What good friends haven't?
Right. But if we need to pin anything on anyone, he'd be a good one to have pinned on. He wants me to be a partner and basically run essentially a crime syndicate here in Paris.
Basically?
Well, he wants to sell the Jewish goods, the art, the jewelry.
I'm sorry. The goods go back to the families.
That's what I want.
And you're going to make them pay for it.
That's not what I want. But we know where this stuff is now.
And we have an inn.
If we do nothing, this stuff is just going to go back to Germany. And this guy, with or without me, is going to sell it around. I don't know what we can do with this partnership of mine, but I figured we can do something if necessary.
I do know that as it stands, part of our incoming gift packages did have a little bit of fun money. And what he doesn't know... Listen, we can work it out to where he gets paid in one way or another, so long as the things are going where we want them to go. At least to get started. Maybe ruffle him up a little bit. I don't know, I'm spitballing here. Feel free to throw in ideas.
Well, initially I have something else I have to do for him to complete our arrangement for everything you guys have gotten. And so let me go backwards here. So one of the other things I got was for, what was her name, Yvette?
Yes.
Yvette. There's a woman who helped me out when we first got here. Helped me out in a tough spot. So I went to, happened to find a very personal item of hers. So I went to give it to her. And she happens to work, and is it her family, by the way? Yeah.
And her family has been taken.
Yeah. And she happens to work with the communists. And that's how I got in contact with them. So it's been an interesting couple of days.
This is partially outside. Did you say they got taken? Her family got taken? Did you share that with us?
Yeah.
Taken, you say? Well,
or her family got taken. And was she hiding out? Sorry, I was trying to figure out the whole. I'm trying to remember everything, Trooper. She's hiding out with the communists.
She's working
right?
there.
Working there.
Yeah, her family was taken, but she was not.
Okay. Yes, her family was taken. She was not. She's working with the communist cell.
What exactly is it that you need to get to her?
What did I give to her?
What do you still need to get to her? Or what does she need?
I don't need to, she doesn't need anything from me at this point. It's my contact, my partner, who needs something from me, and I need to go help out or do something for him. And then after that, it's going to be figuring out this whole warehouse full of German goods that we now know where it's at, and we have an insider in. If we wanted to.
Well, what?
We should learn more information about this warehouse. It's going to have high security, more than likely, especially if they're holding high-end items. And more than likely, the warehouse will fill at the rate in which they are taking things from people. So I'm going to assume that they make regular transports out of that place.
Yeah. Safe to assume.
You know, I could, perhaps the next time our handler comes around, maybe put in a good word that would be a good idea. After all, you did say it was German military, correct?
German military, yeah.
Wait, what is a good idea?
Well, wouldn't it be easier to get a hold of some of these things if they're leaving the warehouse? Perhaps even if we put word on the street, just, I don't know, with some other groups that some transports containing, goods from Jewish families were being transported out. Other people could take care of it. We happen to be on good terms with, I don't know, a communist group or two.
And that communist group or two are a lot more offensive.
They're a liability.
They are on our side.
They are fighting their own war.
They are
fact
fighting
of the matter is they know
our
who
war.
we are, which means they are a liability. They asked for our things. That means they are understocked. We are now supporting them.
They are helping us in this war. They have just as much to lose as we do. And you know what it takes? It takes a hammer to break things. And we are the hand.
I have not lived this long doing this job by trusting other people. And the fact of the matter is, things could have gone very poorly for us at that plane. Instead, they now get my other radio, and I rebuilt them one on the spot. Tomorrow morning, I'm putting a broadcast out to London. We are going dark for the next 2 weeks. No communication in or out. The communists now have a radio. They wanted it, they can have it, as well as the danger that comes with it. They're going to use it, no doubt. And if they can survive it, then they can continue to be our partner.
What if I can get you another radio?
It's not about the radio, Tango. It's about the fact we are potentially compromised.
Not necessarily on just
No, it's
the
not.
four of us. And it can't be. We, the four of us, cannot. Has anyone seen Luke?
Yes. He's...
Not today.
Didn't bother him today.
Well,
another thing that I need to follow up on.
He normally should be here by now. He normally comes in around noon for work.
Well,
either way, we need to be able to figure out a way to at least have more than just this. At the rate it is, we can't sustain an entire country just on our four backs.
Oscar's hand would go up as he sits along the wall.
Yes, you. You in the back.
You all have several things that you need to do. You have made lists of concerns and problems. You need to figure out which one is the most pressing, the one that you cannot afford to let the sun set on. Otherwise, it seems systemic with the art and the communists and this missing boy, this Luke. It seems simple to find him. Perhaps simple is where you start.
Well, it wouldn't be bad to know where he is. He's hasn't been late for a few weeks at least.
So we need to find Luke if he doesn't come in. Maybe he's just late.
I'll find Luke.
Do you want us all to help you find Luke?
If you would like, whatever. I will go. He is no doubt gallivanting around in a very, very tacky suit.
Okay. And as we go dark, what else can we do? Even though we are going dark with radio silence, what can we do in the meantime?
We need to minimize contact with anyone for a while. Stay focused on the goal, which is convincing and maintaining our current cover as German intelligence.
I think in that vein, the first thing we need to do is, at least long term, is focus on they are not letting up with the Falca thing and figuring out what our steps are in terms of
Well,
bringing our friends Tristan and his gang in on the fun. I think would be a fun place to start because I believe that's where our delightful handler seemed to have the priority of her interests.
yes.
A side note, you know that from the conversation that Ophelia said that she would get them that second radio from London, but there's no way they're going to be able to get that in until until a month from now for the next new moon. Like there's just no way they can fly that in. It'll be like a month before the communists will get a second radio.
I gave Ophelia something. The original film of Falca's files. I have printed them. All of them. I'd like to spend some downtime going through them. We have more information now than we did when it all happened. So maybe we can learn something. And we should make them think they have the upper hand. When they think we are at our weakest, we're actually at our strongest.
Sylvie's gonna walk over and put a hand on Regina's shoulder. I think that sounds like a wonderful idea. Why don't you go and focus on this, and the rest of us can find Luke? Charlie will be to the bar very shortly, and she can take care of the beginning processes. She's, Lord knows, done it many times before.
I should tell you that his father, Luke's father, is and has been stationed as head of French police. He has been making regular visits, from what I can tell, to Luke's home. He uses food as leverage against both Luke and his mother. We need to tread lightly for Luke's sake.
Agreed. How come he's never mentioned any of this?
Would you?
Well,
He feels guilty, and it seems his mother is taking the majority of it. He is struggling, and I have only recently put it all together. So, that being said, I have Falca's files printed. I say much quieter than that in this alleyway. And I say, I believe we need to plant them. It is the exact evidence that German intelligence needs to easily blame Gestapo. The question is, how do we get it in Gestapo headquarters? And how do we plant it?
Well, we know someone who was stationed there before. Eyes.
All heads turn to Oscar.
Jawohl.
So, Oscar, my dear.
Yes.
So, you were stationed there. You seem to be a proper German in that you remember everything in a weird sort of way. Do you...
Weird, it's just being German, but yes.
I feel, more so than any of us, it would make most sense to plant these files. look at you. Look at all the room you have to hide these files on you.
To be clear, you wish me to walk back into the building and the setting in which I murdered a Gestapo agent and shot my way clear after they know my face?
It sounds so easy when you say it like that.
What if you didn't walk into Gestapo? You walked out of Gestapo with information?
Yeah.
What if you go to German intelligence?
As what? A traitor to Germany? They
As
are
a
going...
traitor? Are you a traitor if you can prove Gestapo killed head of security?
Because maybe the reason why you had to leave Gestapo is because you found out something you shouldn't have. I think that's what we're getting at here.
Ah, you wish me to play
Oscar.
a part?
Yes, a role. And what if there's a way, because you know how to get into Gestapo headquarters, but you don't have to do it. They know your face. But I am a master of deception. I think. Pretty good. I'm pretty good at it.
I light up a cigarette.
And I could plant things in Gestapo. Then you go to German intelligence and tell them where that is and when that they were after you for knowing what you know.
You do have the suit.
That's true.
There isn't. You have I'm afraid you have an interruption right now.
What is this? A train station? Which door are they at now?
You're out in the alleyway, and
Standing in the back alleyway.
you're standing in the back alleyway, and a woman, a very efficient-looking woman, walks by the alleyway and then sees you in the alleyway, and she turns in, and none of you except for Sylvie know this woman.
Well, speak of everyone's favorite human being that I have
Collette.
ever laid eyes upon.
It is Collette.
Come closer. We have a fire burning.
And she walks in and she looks and she has a look of recognition when she sees Regina. She has a look of recognition when she sees Tango, but she does not know that one, Oscar. And
Sylvie is going to rush to meet her. So excited. So excited.
I'm going to ask
Oh my gosh.
for perhaps empathy from anyone who wants to roll it.
Empathy?
But nobody has to if you don't want to.
I have a fairly decent empathy. I can.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure you don't want rapport?
Yes.
Okay.
My empathy is fair. Is it just one person rolling?
You can either have one person roll and have other people sort of aid, or
Who wants to help?
I could help. I have
I
it at
have
fair.
no empathy.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
It's a plus
Empathetic
one.
Me. There. And if I get help, that's 3.
Okay. Enough. She seems.
I'm so happy to see you.
She looks efficient and serious. She's got her hair in a bun, and she's got a little hat on, and she's wearing like a bit of a suit. It's from the French style, so she looks like any kind of French woman walking down the street, sort of like a middle-aged French woman. And she seems in control and calm and just out to do her business. But the thing is, there is something going on with her. Despite the sort of sheen and facade of calmness and in controlness, there's a kind of undercurrent of... It's hard to say. Panic seems like the wrong word, but it's a close word. There's some kind
Anxiety?
Yes, there's some kind of anxiety, but it's you wouldn't pick it up. Most people would not pick it up at all. It's really buried. It's quite buried underneath.
Only possibly visible to people who have other deeply buried anxiety.
Perhaps.
Can we help you?
Well, my dear Regina, you have not yet had the opportunity to meet. And so again, Sylvie goes over and rushes to meet her. Oh, my dear Collette, it has been far too long. It is a pleasure as always. Please come closer to the fire. I am so glad you're here. We were just in need of your assistance.
I cannot stay. I'm so sorry to be here outside of schedule. We should be meeting only on Tuesdays, but it is, after all, a Friday. And I'm sorry for the ruining the schedule. I won't do such a thing.
Troubled though, please do tell.
There's no trouble at all. No trouble whatsoever. It's just that I'm afraid all of the missions you've been put on, they must be... And she looks at Oscar for a moment. She says, well, I assume if he's standing here with you all?
Yes. Well, we had some... You go first, but we had some very interesting information for you.
Oh. Yes, of course. I have a priority mission that I would like you to take care of immediately. Everything else should be put on hold.
Really?
Yes.
Do go on.
And she pulls out an envelope. This needs to be taken care of.
Sylvie opens the envelope and I would assume starts reading it.
It's not a letter.
Then she does not read it.
It is a photograph.
Oh. Of...
a man.
Do we recognize this man?
I would want an awareness check from everybody. Everybody.
Is he of German import? Would I know him?
I don't recognize him.
Well, I'll just make a flat roll.
Regina gets a +1 for this roll, which means that she does succeed. And there's this photograph of a man that none of you recognize, except for Regina. And she is speaking about this person. She says, this is a Frenchman who is a danger to the interests of Germany. And so he must be taken care of.
I see.
And it's not really appropriate for us, and she points to herself, to do this work. It must be done secretly and without any connection back to us. And so this would be for you to do. Take care of it, make it look like anything you want, really. Resistance or lover's spat or something. But this man must be taken care of sooner rather than later. It's quite urgent. He's a French citizen by the name of Marc Calvet, and he is known sometimes to frequent a small pub over in the second arrondissement called the Cock and Ball, and it's a rooster.
Come again?
It's rooster and...
Oh, okay.
Yes. So it's a small pub. There.
It's not the size of the pub, really. It's the quality of the drinks. And
yes. Nonetheless, listen.
Well,
he must be
come
taken
to
care
the
of.
right.
Good. So, what do you have for me?
Oh, well. I'm so glad you asked.
I hope... Oh,
by the way,
what are we bringing up? I hope it's not the papers.
By the way, my dearest Regina, do you know who that is?
It's a Frenchman, you said?
That's what she said, yes.
You said you said I did.
You do recognize him.
Who is it?
This was a man that you know quite well. Well, that's difficult to say. You do know him well-ish, because you... it's really weird how sometimes only the wait staff remember faces who come to your bar quite a lot. Other people seem not to remember sometimes people who come to the bar. Your bar's open all the time. All sorts of people come into this bar all the time, and this is a man that you know. A man who introduced himself to you as Mark Calvin. But his French was too perfect. His French was too perfect. And you also saw him outside of your apartment multiple times, keeping watch, not looking at your apartment, but looking at some other building on the block where you live. And you saw him.
But I know what that building was.
You didn't know. You never looked into it, but you knew he was looking at somewhere, but it wasn't at your apartment. And you know that he was clearly, because he came in with Falcon, not at the same time, but around the same time, that he was Falke's right-hand man, and the person that you saw, no one else saw, talking to the Arctic Wolf.
He's the Gestapo guy that was talking
military
to Arctic
intelligence guy who was talking to the Arctic.
She was Gestapo.
She's Gestapo.
Yeah. Right.
And that this military intelligence guy, was talking to the Arctic Wolf, who's the Gestapo, out. She was basically checking up on him when he was doing the surveillance work on the block where you live. And but the first time you met him was when he was in your bar around the time that Falke started taking interest in this place.
He was the guy that was watching me from the corner.
Yeah,
that keeps showing up.
Yes. And you talked to him before, because when he was in the bar, you talked to him. You twigged on the fact that he was actually probably not French at all. That he was a German who was pretending to be French, and he was clearly military intelligence.
Wouldn't I know something about that? Okay,
and
so...
you set a bomb that you hoped that he would get caught by in your apartment.
Right, but obviously he didn't. Who set off the bomb? Okay.
It was set off, but as far as you know, this guy is not French. He is military intelligence. And I remember you had said at one point in time that to the rest of the team that you had guessed that he was like the right-hand man of Falke, or in some ways, somehow...
In some way important to his team.
Interesting that they now need him.
Now, she's saying that he's a French guy, that he's a French civilian. That's what she says.
I kind of furrow my brow and I gesture for the image. And I look it up and down and I hand it back and I say, he's not French.
I'm sorry, he is.
He's not.
He is.
And I kind of look at her and I squint my eyes a little bit and say we take care of this French man. Will there be more Frenchmen?
One never knows.
It sure would look bad for Falke's personal assistant to also go missing. Wouldn't you say, in the wake of his very tragic passing? But you know this, don't you?
Your file is impressive, Miss Krausen.
Say we handle this. What keeps you from pinning it on us and simply moving your way up the ladder?
Fräulein Krause, again, I do apologize. I've not yet been able to introduce myself to the rest of this team. Again, I've only recently come on board. There was inefficiencies in the office in the wake of Falke's death. But Falke was a good man, a man of vision, a man who had his faults, of course, his arrogance, as many men do. And she just sort of, her eyes just very subtly glance towards Tango and Oscar, just subtly.
He was, in fact, a good man. You're right.
He had ideas and visions for... Nonetheless, he was a patriot. And his loss meant that his special, secret projects that he kept close to the vest, were harder to recover. If it had not been for us learning about you from other means, we would not have known about you, and that would have been a tragic loss. That he kept you so secret means that he trusted you. And if he trusted you, that means that I trust you, and that means that you may trust me. And in this business, of course, trust is always difficult, but that you are so secret means something important to me, which means that this is something, let me put it this way, I would not betray such a valuable asset.
Well, you have a way with words, much like Falca.
This is a problem that must be taken care of for the good of Germany.
For the good of Germany.
Good. Yes, and I'm sorry to come in unannounced and unscheduled, but it must be done sooner rather than later. Don't let this linger. And again, something, an accident or something appropriate. I'm sure you all have a good idea.
Of course.
And
that's our specialty, after all.
He always had an eye for talent. So, you had something for me.
Well, since you want us to get this done very quickly, I have a few ideas running through my head that I don't want to let slip through, like a sieve and all. Why don't we reconvene on our normal day, and I'll have you an actual proper write-up. I know how you are about notes.
Yes, please. But keep them, well... We should discuss ciphers. And she looks at Regina, and she goes, you. And she takes out a small piece of paper, and she writes down a few things. And she folds it, like she has like a small little notebook. It's like a steno book, as if one that like a secretary would have. She makes just a few small notes, she folds it, and she hands it to you. And she's like, trust you'll know what to do with that.
I open it. What is it? Is it a cipher?
Mm-hmm.
Regina goes, I don't know what you're talking about.
She smiles. I am the keeper of the files. I assume that is your job, and she looks at Tango, perhaps yours. One of you two.
Yes, here. And you can decipher it. And I pass it off to Tango.
It's not something to be deciphered, it's a key.
It's the key, yeah.
So that you may encipher things. And now you. What is your name?
Pardon, Madame Jacques.
Jacques. Good. It's a good one. What is your specialty?
And he flexes as his shoulders pop and his traps pop. I'm public relations.
Good. I'm glad you have someone like that. Now, where is the other one?
Oh, he was feeling a little under the weather.
Does she mean Hannah?
You don't know who she means.
Doesn't matter.
That's worrisome.
Oh, well, give my regards, and I hope that team member will be well soon. I know
yes, we all do.
I know how important he is to your organization. Now, I will say that I'm a little bit different than Falca in that way. He was a visionary. He was good, but he had his failings, and his failings was sometimes he was not so forward thinking about the other races. But that is not my issue, of course. I think that having such a fellow is useful, and those sorts have always been ingenious in their own ways. And so I am not one of those who feels so... Well, let me say I believe that being in the 20th century is an excellent opportunity, and, well... And she leans in with a very sort of secretive look. She says, I was born after 1900.
Ah, well, and as we all know, Sylvie leans in as well. Women always have an eye for opportunity.
Yes. And Falca had an eye for women.
He did. But of course, he was born in the old century, not in the new century. And this
It's
new...
a good thing we're working for you now.
Well, I'm your handler. So,
For now.
well, next Tuesday we shall meet again, but I hope in the meantime I will get much better news.
Yes, of course. Well, it was an unexpected delight.
I will leave you to your business.
Trooper, out of game before she goes, did she give us a location where he's at?
She
How
said
to
that there was
find
that
him?
bar,
Just the bar is all we've got.
the cock and balls where
The
he
cock
would
and
hang
balls,
out.
okay.
But
Okay,
you
just
have
wanna make sure.
also seen him in places. You know other places where he has been.
Okay. Okay, perfect. That's then she's free.
Yeah.
Go.
Excuse me. And she said, oh, and of course I trust that will, whatever messages and notes you have for me on Tuesday will be taken care of. And she sort of indicates the piece of paper that Tango has in his hand.
Of course.
Good. And au revoir. And she leaves, and like her heels click against the cobblestones as she leaves quickly. And there's this it's very clear to you that she knows all of you except for Oscar, who she does not know. Yes. And she leaves you there as the fire goes.
Well, I guess we should go inside to discuss this.
Would you like me to go find this Luke for you? Perhaps it's one thing you can cross off your list.
Well, I suppose you could at least lift him up and bring him here.
Let me come with you, Oscar.
Yeah.
Little walkabout. Never heard anything? I looked at Sylvie, like, tired and just shell-shocked from the amount of just, like, outing that has happened. And I then look at Tango and I go, don't lose that. I do actually need that.
Okay. Sure you just don't want to keep it now? No, she's away, and that way you can just have it. I can't do anything with it.
That was the joke. Way to kill the joke. She like flips it open. She memorizes it. She rips it to a bajillion pieces and like tosses it in the barrel to burn.
Yes. I can't decipher things.
You've got some trade craft. You can do some deciphering.
You could do it. You could do it. That's why, you know.
Oh yeah.
Regina also just didn't want her to know that.
I'm just not used to it. Yeah, I'm not. I guess I'm just not used to it.
Lay low.
Me and Sylvie will definitely lay low.
Never lower.
Never lower will we lay.
The lowest of the low. Laying the lowest.
Think of the base low you get, and then we're gonna go lower
Beneath
than that.
Dare I say, you may want to go check out the cock and ball. Plural, is it one or two?
Well, if there's two people who should check,
there's usually two, but that's just been in my experience.
Not in wartime.
I wouldn't. Well,
that's fair. That's fair.
I was gonna say I wouldn't know, but that's actually also not true. And the trauma arises back to the surface. And Regina picks up her father's
why don't
shit.
you? We'll go to said.
Look,
ball.
if there's any two people you want to send to the cock and balls,
it's us. We
it's us.
are the go-to.
Stop.
We got it.
talking.
We will take it
Regina
all in.
turns and grabs Oscar and would like to leave the alleyway as they talk about their sex life openly.
We're talking about the mission. We're talking about the mission.
We're talking about the mission.
The mission.
It's cock and balls all night.
Oh, for the mission.
For the mission.
Laying low.
Real low.
Mission.
Oscar would go to the van and pull out the pistol that he has and kind of put it in the small of his back and pull his jacket over the top of it. He
That
can't
he's
take
holding with just his back muscles.
just the scapula. Or
He doesn't have a holster. It's just his muscles.
Right, he's just.
Yeah, just the German ass is the perfect hole.
Yeah, just a perfect gun shoot.
That's what you get from the ass of Germany.
That's what you do, right?
It's true.
And then he would turn around and, not catching on to the humor that is being thrown about, he would just say, "We will see you later. It's a cock and ball."
I mean, or just don't show up. It's just our cock and ball night. Okay, you don't have to show up. And then that's when Tango just starts walking off. Chiseled German, really nice guy.
And
did you just call him a chiseled jerkman?
You did now.
Come on, get in the car. We're going to cock and balls.
You have no car.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
You have to walk.
bikes.
You have
can
bikes.
ride
Bikes.
You
on
can bicycle.
We are not biking. Let me tell you what these dogs aren't doing. We will walk. It's close-ish. Enough. You can listen. We'll make it by foot.
All right. Let's get our bar outfits on. Let's go.
See, I think Sylvie's gonna go inside and grab a boa because it's been a couple of days, and she's gonna go out in a boa because it's just that kind of a day.
And I think that Tango is going to return to his roots and get the good old-fashioned banana shirt out.
Yeah.
The banana.
Like it's a special night, honey. You know, it's just a special night. Not every night we go to cock and balls.
It's true. It's true. It has been too.
You got to take the banana there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta take the banana to the cock and balls, you know.
And Sylvie, you are the only one in the bar when you walk in there to get your boa. And there on the table is that one crate full of chocolate, cigarettes, and alcohol, and forged counterfeit money.
Trooper Fit was the last box. There was 2 crates, right?
Yeah.
I took one downstairs.
Oh,
That's what
you took one downstairs. That's right, you did. In the secret room? Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So they're hidden, I guess. Both are hidden.
Yeah. One is hidden up in
I'll
the
still lock up the bar,
in the rafters. And you've got a while before, like it's going to be a little bit before Charlie's going to show up, and then your bar is going to open up in the evening, of course. So let's see about our 2 party animals walking across Paris on your way. And I have a question for you.
Then ask it.
Would you like a fate point?
I have an answer, maybe.
Would you like a fate point?
Who are you asking?
Both of you.
I'm gonna leave
as a
this
unit.
as a unit.
Because there are Nazis everywhere.
We've gotten out of war situations.
You wanna take the fate point?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's get crazy.
Team Chaos. Let's do it. Let's get crazy.
Let's do it. We haven't been chaotic in a minute.
This is going to be
I
a
have
group
a boa.
one. It's going to be a group one.
I've been in a shirt. Okay.
As you're walking across town, you are stopped. As happens, it's a patrol, and there are 3 of them. And they're like, "Papers, please."
Okay. Hand over the papers.
I'm going to need your forgery.
Yeah. Eat it.
They look at them, and they say,
The papers give them a back massage.
Yeah.
They look at the
Nice
papers.
things.
They look you up and down.
You're pretty.
I need to know. They say, what are the papers that you have? What do they say?
I'm going to say tonight's papers are going to be that. What do you think, Rocket? What do you think?
I think we can do the regular ones. If we're going to another little pub or something, it can very easily be like business to business.
Okay, so everything
I think that makes sense.
are legit papers that we've been using for, that we've been using this entire time.
They look it up and down. All right, work permit. They look at your work permit. It's like it's all part of the papers. What are you doing out on the streets? Is this fine late afternoon?
Are you a fan of music at all? Or drinking? Or having fun?
Yes.
Because that's what we're doing.
That's
music, drinking, or having fun.
Exactly. I don't know if you're familiar with Bricktops over yonder, but I am the owner of that establishment. And I am visiting a good friend of mine who owns... Come in close. The Cock and Balls over yonder.
He looks unconvinced. He looks a little irritated by you. By your Americanness.
Oh, no.
Don't be irritated by it. Is he alone?
No, there are 3 of them.
3 of them?
Yeah,
Perfect.
it's a patrol.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I would... I've got this... This is a perfect moment. I've got this... I want to use a stunt.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have this new one and I haven't been able to use it just yet. And it's burning a hole in my pocket. I'd like to use local celebrity because even though one of them isn't impressed, odds are one, if not both of the other 2 will be impressed.
Spend a fate point.
I most certainly will. Hang on, I'm trying. It won't let me take it away.
You open it up and then you drag it out.
No, I know, I'm trying.
Why is that not? Why not?
It won't leave.
Maybe
there.
A refresh of roll 20?
Yeah.
There we go. I got it. It didn't want to leave from one side, but it would leave from the other side. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had trouble with mine. So
weird. I'm gonna refresh too. Refresh. And the one in charge looks very unimpressed, and he starts looking like he's going to cause trouble. That's when you see somebody who's about to, there's like a kind of a particular attitude that people who are really excited about their authority have.
Like we say that a lot, don't we?
And he looks about, he just takes a step forward right into your personal space. And there's an air of menace. And he opens his mouth to say something. And one of the other soldiers nudges him a little bit and goes, "Sergeant, that's Sylvie Moreau." And he looks like, "Who is that?" She's a singer at one of the jazz clubs. And he goes, "Jazz is decadent music. It is degenerate."
And almost like a whirling whirlwind, suddenly Sylvie is over right next to this soldier who spoke. And who are you? You look like you have a wonderful face about you. What's your name?
And the sergeant does not like this one bit. He's not happy about it.
That is his problem.
And that's when I step over to the sergeant and I'm just gonna be like, "Listen, Sergeant, some of us are just trying to have a little bit of fun, and it doesn't even matter what the music or the whatever it is. We just want to have fun with our friends, right? You, when you get off work, you have fun with your friends, no?"
I'm going to need rapport from you.
Okay.
I'm going to help out with that.
I feel really
I need a
bad
rapport
that
from
my
you for the
rapport
other
is
guy, actually.
So bad. I'd much rather deceive him.
Well, right? You're trying to be friendly with him right now.
I know. I should not have. Oh, okay.
I'm helping.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Are you helping him, or are you going to talk to the guy who's the one who likes you?
Well, as soon as I heard him start mentioning about friendship, I'm going to throw out over there and be like, Sergeant, speaking of after you get off, You know, if you ever want to stop by, a free drink on me, on the house, on him.
And you see him
Our
like
very best. We have some of the real stuff.
and he just like tightens his grip on
That
his
we
rifle a
only
little bit.
give that we only give to our German friends. After a hard day's work, you know what you want? Kick back, relax, drink a drink,
And
dream of a drink.
the other guy who knows you is like kind of just like standing at his elbow, and he's just like, Sergeant, it's good. It's good.
And a free drink for you too.
And the sergeant shakes his head and says, Go on. Go on. Shameful.
Make sure you ask for us when you get to the bar. This is called over the shoulder because I'm assuming as soon as he said that, we're just like, bye.
Yep. And you
Bye.
can hear me. He's like, and Sylvie, do you speak German?
Not like I imagine like at this point they've been around long enough that there's a few words like she wouldn't be able to have a sentence to sentence conversation, but there's a few words that she'll be able to like since she is at this point bilingual. There's a few words she'll be able to pick up.
Yeah. Tango, you speak German quite well, and you hear everything he's saying as you are walking away. And Sylvie, you pick up a couple things. You pick up the word shameful. You pick up the word mongrel. You pick up the word disgusting. And Tango, you hear all of it. You hear all of it. He clearly has ideas about people who are not of Aryan stock. He has ideas about race mixing. He has ideas about this spectacle he's seeing ahead of him and how he thinks that it is inappropriate. And he's not happy with this, but he's also not happy there's nothing he can do about it.
All of this, nothing pleases me more.
But you do have a problem
I'm
holding
going
your
to squeeze Sylvie's hand as we're walking and just kind of like look over my shoulder at him and give like a thumbs up.
Here's the thing, though. You both have trouble aspects. You know what I mean?
God.
You both have trouble aspects that are relevant in this situation. Both of you. So here's the question. Would you like to give me a fate point, or would you like to go back and get in trouble?
I would like to give you a fate point because at this point, I understand where you're getting at, and I think that sure it makes sense. But what we've already done is given papers that clearly tell them who we are. We tell them everything about what we do. Causing trouble now, from my perspective, even more trouble than we're probably already going to cause. I would give a fate point.
You don't have a personal one. You have to give me a group one. I just cannot get rid of your personal one.
No, I can't.
And what about you, Sylvie?
I would give a fate point because Sylvie was wanting to also utilize the walk to have a conversation.
Yeah, good.
And so and besides, dude, listen, she has feelings about speaking her mind stuff, but stuff said about her personally, like she has heard worse. You know? Like if people speak like certain things here and there, that's fine, but like
I will get rid of 2 of those fate points for you, and you continue your walk in the lovely Paris.
Well, I'd already deleted one of those fate points, so if you deleted 2,
one was for me.
Yeah.
All
right.
And if as we're walking, we get to a place that is less people. I mean, the city itself is less peopled. So probably just as they're walking, Sylvie doesn't really have pockets, but she always just like produces stuff. She just has stuff on her all of the time. So she's going, and she's had this on her, so she's going to produce, and she's not really going to say anything, but she's going to produce and just like kind of pass over this photograph and see if maybe he's seen it.
What's on the photograph?
It's a photograph that has, it's a picture of Sylvie and getting off stage. And she is greeting someone who appears to be a young man standing up from a table. Kind of a candid photo.
It was one of the things that Sigmund gave you. It was in that bundle of things that you put on the table.
And she doesn't say anything, but she just kind of hands it over. Where'd you get this?
Well, I guess, like I said before, my friend, not friend, Sigmund, I asked him to find anything for you. I'm not sure if it was a good call or a bad call, if it was something that would either maybe bring a smile to your face, or maybe it would do something worse. But my hope was it would just warm you a little bit.
Do you know to whom these things belonged?
You haven't spoken much about it, so no. And I didn't want to assume anything one way or the other.
What area of the city are they in? Do we know?
You're close to the Seine, the river. You're making your way.
Gonna kind of stop, like, at the river, so just not in motion anymore. Do you remember when I went to... Well, Drancy. Do you remember when I went to Drancy? Everyone does. I told the story to everyone.
Yeah.
Well, you remember that I saw all of the people and I brought all of the notes.
Yes.
And you remember there was someone in particular there. You remember I had spoken of him a little bit.
Yeah.
You might have heard me mention him. Jules. Jules was here at the time, whenever he had met him, you know.
Yeah.
But so when I went there, he didn't look good. Tango, he didn't look good.
I can imagine.
And you know, that was in the past, and I was ready to let that be in the past. And this, and she kind of takes the picture back. This and everything else, you know how I am. I don't bring things like this up, and I wasn't really going to
Right.
mention it. That's why I hid all the things. But it had been a while, you know, and then I when I saw him, he didn't look very good. Have you ever seen a dead person, Tango?
At this point, a few.
Have you ever seen someone who's been dead for a week or so?
No.
Yeah, I hadn't either until then.
No. I understand.
But, you know, I mean, he said that he was going to keep hanging on. I mean, that's what people say in those situations. And then you say things. I didn't mention us because that seemed like it would be rude, But
bit poor timing. Yeah,
it would have been. I mean, you
might have been in poor taste, but I don't know.
Exactly. And at that point, he couldn't lift very much at all. It would have been uncomfortable for everybody. There was a large crowd around there. There's not a lot of space there. There's only so much space for everybody. They're all crammed in there. They're very close.
Sylvie.
But they, you met our handler tonight, and they think we're working for them now. Tango, they got him out, and
he's out.
They have him now, and they're nursing him back to health now.
It's wonderful news.
No, I'm not sure that it is.
Why?
I spoke with Regina a little bit, I mean, I'm sure you two are close. I'm sure you'll have a conversation about this at some point.
Well, right now she kind of pointed a gun at my head. I don't know how close we are, but
he does that with everyone.
Well, we have that up and down kind of friendship,
That's
we can be a bit catty.
But,
yeah.
But I didn't. Tango, I didn't really talk to you about it because I didn't want you to know this because, I didn't want it to make things weird between us or anything like that, And, but it's the sort of thing, of course, where he, for a while I had nightmares after I saw him, and he had told me that that thinking of me was the only thing keeping him alive, of course, and that's what happens in those situations. That's psychology, everyone knows that. But all I can see is I don't think I can see him. You don't understand. And I'm certainly, the last thing he said to me is that he said that I was keeping him alive and that he loved me. And I told him that I loved him too, but then I think that makes me a bad person because I lied to him, Tango. Because I don't.
Come here. Tango is going to embrace her.
They're gonna bring him here and I'm not gonna be able to see him.
He's alive because of you.
But then he's going to die because of me.
How is he gonna die?
Because he's gonna find out that I can't see him. And I can't look at him, and even the thought of him gives me nightmares.
He's not gonna die because of that. You know it. He's going to move on. And at the end of the day, he's still going to be alive because he held on to something to you. And I can't say I wouldn't do the same if I were in a situation. Because you're worth it. But I know it's a lot of pressure. It's not something that anyone should have to put on their shoulders. So it's not fair.
Well, I suppose none of this is really fair for any of us, is it?
No. But just so you know, I don't think we've ever said it to each other, and I don't think we have to. But you know how I feel.
Well.
But I am. The reason why I got this is because if he still did love him, and he's staying alive because of you, and you wanted to be with him. And that's what makes you happy. And that's worth it.
Well,
But I'm here regardless. And he's just going to smile. Banana shirt and all. Sandwiches and liquor. I'm here.
you're not just saying that because you like our trips to the Cock and Balls.
We haven't been there in a minute, but yeah. Not just saying that. So.
Well, it was a good gift.
Do you want to also burn it in that pile of stuff, or no? Okay, good. I just want to make sure. Okay.
If anything, I'd resell it. My God.
Okay. All right.
And anyway, it'll get cold afterward, but still, I mean, listen, you know how I feel too anyway. We're not wordy people in that sense, and
yeah, that's not the kind of words we like to use anyways, right?
Look, I would have hated for something like this to get, we have a system going that I appreciate, and I don't want things to upset the balance, the delicate balance, I mean, we listen to the radio in the mornings.
Yeah, we have coffee, listen to the radio.
You make a fine cup of coffee.
Brown water, really, but it's fine. Yeah, I know how you like it. I know how many sugars and cream and everything in between. No, I just don't ever feel like you can't talk to me about these things, though. First and foremost, I'm like you just be able to talk to me as Tango.
Well, and I appreciate that. And Sylvie kind of looks back over the other area.
Also,
you
I'm
notice
sorry about your mirror.
You notice a small child, about like 2 years old, running in that way that kids who are about 2 years old run, with that kind of weird awkwardness where they're a little bit top heavy and you're afraid they might like fall over because their balance is a little bit weird. Just like with like a kind of like a sense of excitement and joy, just sort of like running across the street and like with like a piece of like rag, like a kind of like a thing that they found, right? And running over to this little kid's parent probably. And you just see this little kid so excited about picking up something, and about 2 years old maybe. And this mother, there's no father there. Most fathers are probably going to be at work or conscripted. Just sort of scoops up this little one and sort of moves down the street past you. And as she's walking past you, Sylvie, she looks you in the eyes, this little 2-year-old, and she smiles.
Sylvie makes a face. She goes.
And the little kid like looks so excited that you made a face, and then like makes it back.
Ugh. Sylvie kind of chuckles despite herself. Well, that's fine, I suppose. Ugh. Kids, what a strange pet. Anyway, I'm glad that Nazi trio moved on. I would have hated for them to think that they upset me in any sort of way.
Right, because they almost ruined our mood. You know what I mean? Almost.
Almost. You know what would be better?
What?
Kicking him in the cock and balls. Which?
You kick in the cock, I'll kick in the balls. And
one on each side. That would be amazing. Although it would have been hard because that means we would have had to find them.
It would have been hard. Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry. That's, you know what? I didn't know which kind of jokes we were making anymore. So. Yeah, no, get it? You know, all right, let's just go to the cock and balls for real.
Yeah, we should do that.
And figure out if we're going to kill somebody. I don't know. Some of those nights.
Good. I only brought a knife, though.
I have a gun. It's okay.
Oh, good.
And
we'll make our...
Also, I'm going to have to get you a new mirror. I'm sorry, I went a little crazy.
What happened back there? Was it at least someone else's head?
No, it wasn't.
What was it?
It was me punching the mirror.
No.
I know. I know when when you think of Tango, you don't think of the kind of man who punches things, but I did. I punched a mirror.
Hang on, she's gonna, before they start walking in, she's gonna just take his face and be like, "You're gonna have to tell me that story later when we're alone."
Okay, we'll do.
And you make your way across the river down into this small little area, and there's this pub, the Cock and Ball, and there's a rooster and like a soccer ball up there, and as the sign. And when you make your way in, you see a small pub, mostly full of locals, and everyone is laughing, and there's music playing, and it's smoky because everybody's smoking, and it's like dense and thick and warm, and the place is full of life and happiness and joy, and maybe also a little bit of desperation. And you scan the room to see what you might see. And meanwhile, across town, Regina and Oscar are in the bar's van, seeing if they can find young Luke. Oh, and Origami Shuriken, it is also a billiards hall. There are billiard tables.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Makes a lot more sense.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Luke. I know where he lives, but he wouldn't go home.
Mm-hmm.
So, did he tell me the little like swanky club he was hanging out at?
He didn't. He said he had friends. You'd have to think, where are young people going to be hanging out?
I asked Oscar, where do young people congregate?
I have no idea.
If you were a young person, where would you congregate?
I at one time was young and I never congregated.
Well, neither have I.
A rooftop. Went to the stage. That is it. It's all.
You remember him saying that the bar was in the basement. The place where he was hanging out was in a basement. He did say that. And there was clearly some kind of jazz club where the jazz was happening in a basement. That was also going to be letting in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's an underground club.
And it's going to be in your neighborhood, most likely, because Montmartre is where all the jazz clubs are.
Is this some place that he would go that would be close to where he lives or where he works?
Probably near here. We should, if they all dress the same, it will be very hard to miss them.
Very well, then we will look for someone dressed the same then.
I need an awareness. That's what I need. I need awareness from y'all. If you have it, you can. I wish I had uploaded those.
Yeah, good.
Ooh, okay.
It is good.
I wish I'd uploaded the photographs so I could show them. I'll show them to you later. But
I have a horrifying roll.
I've never seen
an option.
It is an option.
Wow, I didn't know that was an option either.
Don't see the thing.
Oh.
Horrifying.
I've never seen one.
Okay. All right. No, I've got an answer for you. You are driving around. I'm going to give you.
Just dead now?
No. I'm going to give her a horrifying awareness. It's cool.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Is she a ghost?
It's because I care. So you're driving around and you're trying to figure like, okay, we're going to drive around this neighborhood where all the jazz clubs are. It's like, the cool hip neighborhood. And maybe we can find, if we figure people who look like this thing, we might be able to sort of see them. And you're driving around and like they're bohemians, all this stuff. And it's taking a little bit of time, but then you see it. Yes, I'm going to say right now I'm going to say Oscar, you start seeing a gaggle of basically teenagers, maybe like 17, 18, 19, and the men they've all got these pompadours, all of them, and they're all wearing these really oversized suit jackets, loud, They're all striped in different ways or like cross-hatched. They're wearing these super wedge shoes. They've got these umbrellas that kind of like old old for the time, even kind of like antique looking umbrellas, and these sort of like pegged pants. And the women are kind of wearing mini skirts, which is like, well, mini for the time, which means they're kind of like mid thigh, which is a little bit scandalous. And they also have like massive pompadours, and they're all wearing these dark sunglasses. And they're such like, you see them like they're such a scene. Do you know what I mean? Like they're, if you are in your spirit old, they look ridiculous. If you're in your spirit young, they look hip and cool. If you know this city and this moment at all, you know that this is way too much fabric for a time of rationing. And you know that this is something that will... this is probably illegal what they're wearing, right? Like it's and it's clearly provocative, right? What they're wearing is clearly saying, I hate you, the man, in every single way. Like everything about this is clearly not what fascist people like. And they're smoking on the street, and you see there are like these two young women, and they're smoking on the street, which is not at all done. And they're like hanging out like in the front of this sort of like bar, and they are laughing and smoking and having a good time, and some of them are dancing, and they're clear to spill out of a club. And Regina, you it's not like you don't notice these young people. It's just that you notice something else instead. At the corner, watching the bar, you see two figures, two adults, older figures, looking at these young people disapprovingly, shaking their heads with sort of disdain at this. And one of them is your dad, and the other one is that old Frenchwoman that you killed. And they're standing looking at this group of people, and you know your father's face of disapproval. You know how he was, and you just see them there in the corner, kind of in the shadows, looking and shaking their head disapprovingly, clucking their tongues at each other. And a shadow passes, and it's not your dad and that woman, it's just some French couple.
There. Right there.
Yes, I see them. Degenerates, right?
Yes, just growing pains, just finding themselves.
Yeah. We'll eventually find ourselves, right, Oscar? And I like pat his big, muscly shoulder, kind of flap my hand.
I suppose.
Well, I could go in, though I'm afraid I'm not dressed for such an occasion. I probably have mud all over my pants from a 60-mile bike ride, and sleeping in a barn, and riding in a truck.
I can go in if you wish.
You'd go in and get Luke.
Sure. I just go in and say that I've been sent by you. He has seen me. We met one another last night, or was it the last time I was in the bar? Are you comfortable with that? Or?
Yeah, she kind of looks around. She's like, yeah, that sounds fine. That would be a wise decision at the moment.
Oscar would put the car, take it out of gear, and put it in the park. Or not the park. They would just, in first and then let it die out. I have a question to ask you.
Okay.
You are all very distracted. I understand that what you do is a pressure, is a tension. It is something that causes you to fire and to try to, it's like a soldier, you pick out a target rich environment and look for whatever is the most promising. And but just like the battlefield, the scene shifts so quickly, and then you find something else. And your eyes right now, you are looking here for the task at hand, which is to find this boy, but you are somewhere else. You are on another battlefield.
Yes.
So I ask you a question then. We are talking about youth, these misguided or trying to find themselves, but there was a time when you and I were at the same crossroads. There was a bonfire with books, and neither of us were fans of what was going on. But you ended up here, and I ended up where I was. And this shames me in that it is, why do you do what you do? Simply put.
You were German intelligence,
So I was just a soldier.
so you still had pride for your country.
I was forced to be there. You know that when they came and asked the boys, it was not something that you said no to.
No, I mean, do you love your country?
Yes, I do, but I love its people, I love its hills. I do not love the uniforms that it is wearing now, that it made me wear. But I wore it. You did not. Why do you do what you do?
I do it for my country. Because we are also invaded. Wearing a uniform is not shameful. If you wear it for the right reasons. Perhaps some would say, who is Regina to know what the right reason is? We both didn't burn a book that night for whatever reason. I lost everything that night. Everything.
I'm going to say something, and it's not something that I can speak intelligently on because I have not been here for but hours to see what it is you all have done and what you are doing and what you are faced with, the Herculean task that you have presented yourselves with. They are going to find you. They are going to, if you are lucky, they will kill you. I am already dead, Regina. They will make an example of me. They will put me somewhere to show everyone the consequence of defying the Reich. I have accepted this. I am aware of my destiny. I'm not sure you are aware of yours. There is no happy ending.
I know this. I have already made terms with the fact that I do not fight this war for myself. I would give up all of it if it meant people were safe. And our invaders, and our lands and others, were gone. I am always moving a chess piece. I know that in the end, I will be at the wrong end of a checkmate. But I'm gonna make it so damn hard for them the whole way there.
Do you know what the saddest part is about the king in chess?
Please.
Most of the times they watch all the other pieces go. Are you ready to watch them? Tango, Sylvie, this Luke. They will all go.
So what would you have me do? Pack them
know.
up and ship them across the line?
She has nowhere to run. Not here.
And I stopped running a long time ago. I had my chance and I took it. And now I get to put bullets into the brains of German officers. The ones that really deserve it, you know. The ones that use up people like Jeanette. If I'm the last chess piece standing, I will make it so hard for them along the way and bear the burden that others cannot.
So that is the thing you reach for. In the dance, they teach you to reach for something. I know now what you reach for. I will play your game with you. I will go as far as I can.
What do you want, Oscar?
I would like once more to hear the applause and stand among a company of players upon the boards.
Storyteller?
No. Part of a team.
I still dream sometimes of what it might be like after, when it's all done.
There is no after for the king.
It's a good thing I'm not the king then.
There's this panicked pounding on the back door of the van. You've been sitting out for a while in this van, and there's this panicked pounding.
I lean out. Can I look in like a rear view mirror or something? Do I see somebody?
It's in the back of the van because you've got the.
Oscar would swing the door open as aggressively as he could, you know, and go out and have his hand back towards his waistband. And he would spare one last moment for Regina and just say, "You are not the king, but you are the most important piece." And he would stride towards the back.
And you turn the corner of the van, and the back of the van is pointed towards an alley, right? So you're seeing this club, and there's this sort of alley that's not where the club is. If you were in the alley, you could watch the front of the club, but the people in the front of the club wouldn't see you. But from this alley, whoever it was saw this van. And when you turn, you see Luke. And his hair that he's been growing out for all these months has been shaved off. And he has a split lip and a black eye. And he's wearing his clothes, the ones that he liked, but they've been ripped as if he's been in some kind of tussle. And he's been crying. And he looks dirty He looks like he's been on the ground while he was kicked. And he is clinging to the handles of the back of the van, trying to open it.
I would, if there's not, I would go open the back of the van to like let him in.
And the minute those doors open, he quickly scrambles in so that none of his friends can see him.
Okay.
So that they can't see what he looks
close
like.
the doors. Right before I close the doors, I look at Oscar and I go, quickly.
Yeah, Oscar closes the doors and looks around to see if anybody saw him get into the van. And do you want to roll awareness or anything?
The people are laughing, right? His friends they're paying attention to their own business. They didn't know he was there. And the back of the van is such that they can't see the back of the van from where they are. So they didn't know he was there.
Regina will, how beat up does he look?
He doesn't look good. And the minute he gets in, he just curls up on the floor.
Regina goes over to him and picks his head up and his like upper body and kind of pulls him in a little closer, and holds him.
And the head shaving is not well done, right? Like it was
forced.
Yeah,
it was forced.
And the pocket is ripped on the jacket, and you can see the lining.
Oscar would get in and start up the van.
He says,
kind of leans. He says something.
He says, "I'm sorry, I'm late for work."
I pull him a little closer, tighter, and I kind of brush the side of his face and I say, "Look at you. You've been working all day."
I didn't.
We're gonna go back to the club, okay? And we're gonna get you patched up. And we're gonna get you back on your feet. And then we're gonna work really, really hard to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
But he's my father.
Sometimes fathers are still bad people. Take it from somebody that killed hers.
But he's got so many people.
I know. Which means he has so much to lose, Luke. You only have a way up. I'm so sorry.
He said, I cannot work for you anymore. That I have to not see my friends. And you see him like kind of look out where his friends would have been, like, but you were all driving. That I have to become a man and do but I told my friends, and we put word out on the street. I did what you asked me to do, and I did it. I was coming home last night, and he was there, and he saw me, and he didn't like my hair or what I was wearing, or that I'm not so good at reading, and he said I can't go to work. I have to
He says you have to.
He says I have to go join the French popular youth, and he was serious now. And he said, he left because I was bad. That I embarrassed him.
Do you care what he thinks? It's okay. And your hair. It will grow back. But look at you. You can see your face. You're so handsome. You know, you've been working very hard. And your father, he doesn't really know what we do, does he?
No. He just knows that there's jazz here and it's embarrassing for his son.
And
he said I embarrassed him. He said that now that he's, and he kind of gives a quick glance to Oscar, and he says a little bit quieter so that Oscar can't hear, but Oscar can still hear. It's a van.
Yeah.
That he's chief of Metro Police, I can't embarrass him anymore. It's bad for his career, and so.
Do you know, my father, he was a chemist. Very important man. He wanted me to be important too. So I lied about who I was.
But you are so smart. You know so many things. I don't know why he would not. You're so smart.
Brains can get you so far. But he underestimated me. Just like your father underestimates you. And for a long time, I wore the suits that he wanted me to. And I played his game. All at the same time, though. I was working for the cause, Luke.
I don't know what's important anymore. I think, shouldn't I, am I supposed to kill him, or should I?
Luke, you're supposed to do whatever you feel is right. And if you need a place to hide for a while, I can provide that.
But if I'm not there, then it will just be my mother, and he said we have to move in with him.
I will speak with your mother, if you don't mind.
Okay.
You should rest.
But wait.
Also, yes.
And he sort of touches his lip and he looks at the blood. And he sort of goes back to his hair with the little patches. And you can tell he's trying to concentrate on something that's not the pain that he's clearly favoring his rib cage. And he says, I heard somebody say something.
Who?
When we were on the streets. Two men. They were German. They weren't wearing uniforms. And they were speaking. They didn't see me there.
What did they say?
It was Not too long ago, it was in the alley when I was laying on the ground. They didn't see me because I was with the trash. But there were two men in the alley, and they said, it was something that I heard you all say once, and that's why I remembered it. They said that the work of the Arctic wolf is not finished, and they have a lead. I didn't know what it meant, but I heard you say the Arctic wolf before, and I thought I should remember it.
This is good. Look. It's who says you're not smart?
My dad.
I'll tell you something. You are not defined by your father, Luke. You are defined by the choices that you make. What are you going to choose to do?
And he looks over with narrowed eyes over at Oscar driving. He says to Regina, you know, I could beat him in an arm wrestling competition. I'm strong.
Well, if nothing else, I'm sure Oscar would learn a thing or two. I say just loud enough for Oscar to hear me.
Yeah, at this point, Oscar would hit like a cross street and have to stop. And having heard all of this, he would turn around and just kind of with a side profile to both of them, he would say, son, you are no disappointments. You are strong in what you have done here. And then he would turn just enough for his gaze to hit Regina's, and he would say, you're just like a knight. And then he would turn back and start the van up.
And Luke, not knowing the context for that comment, thinks that he's being compared to like a knight in shining armor. And it makes him smile just a little bit to think that maybe somebody sees him as brave.
You are, in fact, brave. And I'll just kind of brush his head again, and I'm like, so why don't you close your eyes? I'll tell you a story.
And he closes his eyes. And he just kind of like leans up. He just kind of burrows up into your side with a bit of a wince.
Yep. And I'll hold him kind of closer. Try to make sure if he's like bleeding in any, like out in any way, a handkerchief or whatever. And I think Regina, what story will she tell? Oh, I don't know. A German one. Regina tells the tale of Rumpelstiltskin. This was one of my favorites, she says before we start.
And as she begins the story of Rumpelstiltskin, driving the van back to Bricktops, which at this point in time, Charlie's there, has set up the bar, it's open. There are people in the bar laughing, wondering where the entertainment is going to be. And if it will be Sylvie, who they love, or that new weird kid, Luke, who, tries. But there are a couple of his friends now in the bar, a couple of these Zazoos, because he sings at a jazz club that gives him some cred, and so that's kind of cool. But Sylvie and Tango are not at the club. They're at the Cock and Ball. And I want one awareness roll from you, my two.
Sylvie.
One for us as a duo?
Mm-hmm. You can either, if you both have it, one can aid the other.
Do you have it?
No.
I do. And it's low.
I'll assist.
You don't have the skill.
Oh, I won't. I'll just kind of stare off into space.
Do you want to spend a fate point?
Yes, I do. I'd like to spend a fate point to at least bump it up to a 2. I don't trust myself to try to re-roll that to be any higher than a mediocre. So, goodbye, fate point.
Where there seems good.
You see, and I'm gonna need probably one more thing from you. You see, as you approach, you see him, the man, the one you're supposed to assassinate. And he's walking out of the bar, and he's looking at his watch, and he pops his collar, and he puts his hat down low, and he starts moving quickly down the street, glancing to make sure no one is following him, and he quickly moves swiftly down the street.
Not just quickly, but swiftly. That son of a bitch.
It's quick, but also it's, smooth.
By the way, Sylvie, before you get any further, sorry, I was like, Sylvie, what are we actually going to do when we see this guy? Are we just getting some information? Just figuring out things? Are we going to kill him, drug him, talk to him, ask him for his favorite? We didn't really get any marching orders on what to do.
We didn't.
Oh, classic us.
I know who he was, though. But she seemed to be on board with killing him. I mean, she likes killing everyone.
It is her trouble aspect.
She probably wants him dead. If we see him and we have the opportunity, I guess we should.
This is a bad guy, though, right? Like, this is a bad guy?
It sounded like it. I mean, she said he wasn't French. I mean, neither are we, but I mean, she said it in the
I just
back.
don't want to kill somebody without knowing for a fact they're bad,
I mean, we could ask him a secret question. And if he answers it in a way that we like,
we could drug him and put him in the basement.
oh, I like that. I like where your head's at.
Okay.
That's good.
Or shoot him in the leg and drag him to the basement.
Oh, I like that even better. Or drug him and then shoot him in the leg and bring him in the basement. I like that the best.
Because then it won't hurt as much for him, and I really don't want him to scream.
Yeah.
I don't know, why are we shooting him in the leg, though?
I just really thought that would be fun.
It would be fun.
And you see him moving down the street. What do you do?
Okay. There he is. I'm going to go stealth.
I will just kind of be right behind him, because if he's stealth and I'm behind him, then I too am stealth. He's like a stealth blanket.
Or I could do deceive, and we're going to act like a drunk couple at night. Just wherever this guy is going, we're just going to happen to be. That's where we're going. But not.
Yeah, that seems good.
Okay.
I mean, and if we're drunk, it seems more believable if we go bother him. Because drunk people like to bother people. At least I do.
Oh, and okay. Do I have, knowing that, I don't know if I've ever talked about drug anybody. Is there a retroactive thing where I can be like, all right, maybe like a criminal resources where I can say I have the right.
That'd be a fate point.
Here's
That'd
the
be
thing.
a fate point.
I
don't have a fate point.
How about this? My free is that I am in fact always prepared, and not so long ago I did have a significant amount of cocaine on me.
That would be a fate point. You want the drugs? Give me a fate point. Then you have them. You got them.
Well, then if we give up a fate point, we could have any kind of drugs on us.
Because you're always prepared, yes.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
I mean, we still have like 2 fate. That's 2 whole.
Yeah, that's 2. I think we should do it.
Okay.
I mean, this seems like an important guy. If we can drug him and get him back there, I mean, it seems worth it for all of us.
I will get rid of that fate point for you.
All right, it's gone. We're gonna drug this man. Since I'm always prepared, I have so many drugs on me right now. I could have literally everything on me.
Okay.
I need that deception. Do you have deception, Sylvie?
I do what?
Do you have deception?
I do have deception, so I'm helping.
So that's a 5.
Yeah. Oh, please. Yes.
We are so deceptive.
Yes.
He doesn't even know.
And you know what else I love? I love your left shoe.
Oh, you are so you
shoe.
are just always talking about. I'm starting to think of my left shoe.
Your right shoe is also very, very shoey.
Well, they go together. Some people have called them a pair before.
You know, it's also a pair. You and me. We're fair.
You stop. She just like smudges his face. You stop. You stop.
Oh, you stop.
So full.
You
So
stop.
full of words.
And as you follow him through the streets
we're
of
doing
Paris,
that obnoxious bullshit the entire time.
he doesn't he's not necessarily paying attention to you right now. He sort of glances at you, but he doesn't really. He has seen your faces before because he's been in your club, but you're just enough in the shadows that he doesn't really notice you. And as you follow him through the streets, he starts taking you towards a very familiar neighborhood. And before long, he is outside. He's on the corner right across the street from Regina's old apartment. The place where you killed the Arctic fox. And he passes right by her apartment, which is clearly, there's been an explosion. It was the place where you were captured and rounded up, Tango, to be killed. The place where you killed the Arctic wolf.
Yeah.
And he walks right by that apartment a little bit lower, a little bit further down, and he tucks himself away into an alcove. And you can hear the clock strike. It's 7 o'clock. The church bells ring. And then you see Collette. And she's coming the other direction, and she walks into a building, an apartment building, and he's watching her. And then, a few minutes later, another man, walks down the street and walks into that apartment. And then, a few moments later, another man walks down the street and walks into the apartment. 5 people total, Collette and 4 other men, walk into this apartment. And he takes notes. And then a car drives up. And he gets in and drives off. And that's where we're going to leave it for tonight, everyone. That's where we leave it for tonight. Ooh! 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 My goodness. Yeah, that's all I want to say about that one.
That's a good session.
Just going to tell you, something's happening.
I just want to point out, since we did spend a fate point on that, just for future reference, I got what we need next time we need it. Next time we need to drug someone, I have got it.
You have, what drugs would you like to have?
It is my new life goal to drug somebody.
It is. We are going to make it happen. I've got it. I got the goods.
My plan was to just chloroform him and bring it back anyways, and then I'm going to...
we did it. We figured out what she wanted. Without
you all did. I was like, hey, look, that's exactly what Regina would do.
We did it good.
You might.
We started with murder, but then we worked it down.
You worked your way back, and you're like, hey, murder's the last step.
Mm-hmm.
We figured it out though, and that's the important thing. We're really coming together.
So proud of you. Yeah.
Yeah, he took a whole bunch of notes about 5 people who walked into this building that's like 2 or 3 steps down from where Regina was staying. Including Collette, your handler. And I'm gonna give some love to those people who we had a donation that came in. We have 2. I would like to say thank you to Popcorn Eater. Popcorn Eater donated $50. And thank you with this message. Wonderful serves and incredible spikes tonight, all. Such wonderful entertainers and players. And 1,000 bits from our mod, Rissa, who gives us love and says, so many feels. So many feels. And, oh yeah. So I would like to have us all go around and introduce yourself as our outro. Tell us where we can find you, what cool things you're doing, including like any awards you've been nominated for like a podcast or something. For example, like, randomly, or like, a fundraiser that raised cool money, like whatever kind of cool stuff, whatever. And then if you would give some love to somebody else in the cast, give some love. And then if you would, a new thing, what question do you have? This is like your thrilling next week on, like, what is your question? What is your question? What do you want to know? Because I have things I want to know. So let's start with the man who can hold swords in his musculature. But by the way, I saw the title. I saw the title for and guns. I saw the title for tonight's episode, and it is "The King Stands Alone." That's the title for tonight's episode. And so, Greg, tell us who you are, what you do, what's going on, anything you want to plug, what's going on with you, and then give some love to somebody else. Then tell us your question.
Sure. Greg, Grimjack21502. I really don't have much going on. I have a Witcher show over on Laugh Love Lindy's Wednesday at 8 Eastern. Troopers there, either in spirit or soon to be back. And a lot of other fun things that are going on. This obviously being just so much fun. If I have to give love, I have to pick somebody. This cast is absolutely ridiculous with everything that they throw out. But the Sylvie's, saying that she doesn't love the guy that was heartbreaking and so honest. What a portrayal. Amazing stuff. I loved, selfishly, I loved Oscar's moment with both Regina and earlier with Tango. It was just an all around fantastic episode to both role play and watch, which is amazing testament to all of you being incredible. And I'm going to just steal the stuff that's the most obvious and wanting to know, because I do want to know. I really want to know about, the actual relationship between Collette and the hit. I've got my theory, but I want to know. I want to either verify it or refute it. So I love this game. This game is ridiculous. It's super duper fun. Trooper, a tip of the cap, my friend, to an absolutely fantastic masterclass GM. Diving historically into something like this is, again, Herculean, and you make it look effortless, my friend. With every aspect of a show, whenever you can put something in the middle for a halftime that is so poignant as the war bonds, amazing. Back to you.
I'm gonna switch up our teams. We have Team Chaos and Team Hat. So we had one of our Team Hat members. Let's go to Team Chaos. Let's Rocket Fox. Give us your goods.
Oh, we're at that point in the night, are we?
Who you are, what you're up to. Give some love to somebody else, and give us your burning question.
Yes. Hello, I am Rocket Fox. I forgot what order we're going. So since I introduced myself, you can find me in all the Rocket Foxiest of places. Exciting things to happen. I did recently have a fundraising stream that I did for Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, and we raised, I think the final number was about $526 for American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. So
amazing.
That was awesome. My first goal was way lower, since I did not have the appropriate time to get that information out there. But it was super awesome, and it's a really important cause and organization to me, so it meant a lot. And it was a really amazing night. Lots of awesome love going all the way around. And also, other really fun, exciting announcement for me is that I did release the first episode of my podcast. It hasn't won awards yet. That's someone else amongst us. But soon. And the second episode is going to be coming out on Monday.
And do you have a link?
I do. Well, and it is now up on Apple Podcasts and Spotify and all the like, so you can find it. But I didn't get lots of sleep for a while, because I actually got a website made for it, if I can spell it. And it's called Fantastically Strange, and you can find it via those means, but I put the website up there.
Thank you.
First episode that's up is about eyeballs being painted on cow butts and the history of the artificial eye, and we go from there. So
I'm into it.
As far as moments that I have to agree,
Give some love.
it was such a night. It's been a night. You know, I know that Dot and I coming into tonight was like, what will be happening here tonight? How will our questions be addressed? But it really just, I think it came together in an amazing way. Like I loved how everything. But I really loved Oscar's moments with everyone. Like I feel like he had an amazing moment with Tango, this dance thing, like the way that Tango snuck up on him, that was great. You know, like Tango's just unbridled enthusiasm, Oscar's response of you know, and but then also this whole chess conversation he has with Regina, just this, you know, Sylvie's around, you know, anytime you want to have a nice but you know, I thought that was really like the moment with Regina and Luke, like, you know, not that I want to claw his father's eyes out, but you know, I mean, that'll happen.
Hey,
and also,
his dad is he's the head of he's the chief of police for Metro Paris in a really fascist country, and a country that is natalist, and where having women and children is really important for your image, and women and children who, you know, don't look like jazz heads. Come on.
You know what they say about a head? There's two big eyes to claw out. So that's what I say.
I've already plotted his death. I have working notes on.
Well, I hope you bring him back to the club for all of us to just take a slice out of him. But I also want to say huge. I super appreciated our beloved Stiver as well, Tango, even though he came in knowing that there was going to be a beatdown. But I really appreciated the play back and forth in the scene. The scene that with Sylvie and stuff like that, like that was just great to be a part of, and just amazing, just back and forth with, and really like as being a part of that was awesome to experience with. So
and your burning question.
I want to know how and why he broke the mirror. Like maybe that's just a selfish question.
Hey, all questions are good questions.
That's one that here, if I were being pure Sylvie asking, she wants to know, like, okay, listen, like, and also what's with the vomit shoe rag? Like, what was that all about? Like, and what are these art pieces? Like, I mean, I'm assuming it's from the thing, but who do they go to? Can we keep them? Like, what are these ours now? But as far as me being Rocket, like I also would like to know what the deal is with this guy. Do we need to keep him alive actually and like find a body to burn instead? Like, you know, can we take his notes? Can we frame Collette? Like I have a lot of questions about that. So
let's go back over to Team Hat, because somebody's clearly plotting over there in the corner. Dot. Tell us who you are. What are you up to?
I'm Little Red Dot. You can find me online as Little Red Dot. I play games and I roll dice and I tell stories with amazing people like this, in all kinds of formats, from podcasting to live streams. So check it out. Y'all, I have like 3 pages of notes from tonight. Yes. I have so many questions. So let's start. Because I don't know which one I'm going to ask.
Give love first before you give the question.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to give love first, and then I'll figure it out.
Your burning question.
Yes, Stitch of Fate is the podcast that keeps getting mentioned. You guys should check it out.
You should.
It's a Vampire the Masquerade podcast I started with some friends. It's been going pretty
And Dot's voice work is awesome, by the way.
We had another episode drop today, so if you go find it. Pod by Night, Stitch of Fate. Thanks, gang. Okay, love to somebody else. So, oh god, there were so many moments. Okay. I quite liked seeing the point at which Tango was like, no, this is too much, when Sigmund showed up. We got to see Tango be like, no, I am a dead man if I let you in the doors right now. Like that, it's been a long time, I think, since we've seen an actual like line for Tango. And so I thought that was a really great moment. For sure.
Can I tell you how much I relished after that being like, oh, you should ask him in next time.
Yeah, I know. Oh,
But it's probably not a
I'm
good
gonna
idea to
give-
ask him in, to be honest.
I'm gonna give love to somebody else tonight, not a cast member, but our GM, because Collette is really coming forward as a really cool character. Yeah, I just want you to know that. And getting to RP like in a scene tonight with Collette raises the stakes because you're like, okay, are we playing her or is she playing us? I don't know. We're kind of playing each other. So it just I just want to commend you on setting the stakes high for us, making it easy to do what we do.
She's very interesting, Collette.
She is. She is. Okay. Questions. Where do we start? Which one do we want to go with? Because I have some theories, right? So, well, I don't know. I have a lot of questions between where the parallels are between this Mark character, the Arctic Wolf, and where Colette's like goals actually lie. If she's going into an unmarked building with a bunch of other people, I'm trying to decide if she's actually undermining and he's watching her, or is he? I just don't know. I don't know. Like, I'm wondering if he's thinking that she killed Falco, which could be really cool for us to like turn the tables, but we need to get the French guy under. So I'm thinking we tell her, y'all, I got plans. I say we tell her he's dead. Like we kidnap him, we keep him as a prisoner. We tell her he's dead. We did the thing. We get under her, and then we pump him for information, and we figure out what he's actually up to. Because if he was working with the Arctic Wolf, he knows a hell of a lot more about Gestapo than we do. That's not a question.
It's a theory.
It's a breakdown.
There was a question in there. The question was like, what is that relationship between all three of them?
What is the dynamic? It's not very clear. This is where things happen. And don't get me started. Don't get me started on Luke's dad.
Oh no, Chad.
Chad's like, what? Stiver?
What a night. What a freaking night. Yeah, so you can find me all things social media at is it I am Stiver?
It's I am Stiver.
At social medias. It's yeah, anyways, Holy Stiver. You can just find me Holy Stiver. I do a couple podcasts. You can see it showing up on that Nightbot, good old Nightbot, trust Nightbot. I do some things. And those things are actually about to come back alive. So we got Stellar Arcanum and Loot and Dagger actually going to make a comeback this week, maybe next week, something like that. But we're going to start releasing some things again. Anyways, outside of that, some love. Man, everybody had a scene today. I think everybody had a time to shine, and it was wonderful when you get into a session, because sometimes it just doesn't play out that way. Some characters just have a bigger spotlight than others in a particular session, and I just think that this was such a unique session where everybody, I felt like, had a wonderful time to shine. I think, but if I had to choose, I can't really choose a favorite because they're all so great, obviously, but one that maybe hasn't been mentioned is yeah, I'm thinking Regina and Luke, that whole interaction where you see her give the most amount of heart that I don't think she would give to anywhere else. And it can only happen with Luke, I think. It's almost like Luke is like her kid.
Or her. It's complicated, right? Like it's this very complicated thing.
It's this weird, like she's trying to nurture herself in a weird way, I guess. But it's like she's seeing how Luke is going in life, and she wants to like go, no, you gotta toughen up, dude. We're gonna show you the right path here.
But Luke thinks he's very tough. Luke could like arm wrestle Captain America over there. Totally.
Sure. Yeah.
In Germany.
But I think, I mean, like right in a second, because I mean, it's also different when you're role playing face to face with Rocket, with Sylvie's scene with talking. I mean, that was also huge. And when you're in that moment too as a role player, you're like, wow, okay, I'm just like, is this really happening? Are we actually in the scene? So So that was also really cool. And I would say, and honestly, jumping off that, something that maybe hasn't been said as far as a burning question for me, are we going to have a scene where he does come back? You know?
Who?
Dimitri. Dimitri.
You'd have to talk to Collette about that, wouldn't you? She knows.
Yeah. So, you know, and I think that's because that'll be a fun, not fun thing, especially for Tango. Because I think Tango's probably even in a little deeper than he wants to admit.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And I am troopersjp. It's my job just to make sure everybody gets all their time, and also, really my job is just to like give them nice things, like offer them fate points, just as presents. Bad presents. I want to thank all of you who are watching. Thank you very much for being here. This cast is amazing, and I love them, and it's always just a joy. And I loved Oscar's speech, discussion, his talk with Regina. It was so deep. It was such this, because these two people knew each other in college, and there's this history between them that is so complicated because they haven't seen each other in so long, and there was something so, like, I don't know, I'm just like listening to that conversation, and it was like layers on layers on layers of responsibility and guilt and thought and like, how can we be shame? And there was just so oh my gosh, it was so deep, that conversation, and the ways in which Oscar and Regina brought out these really different sides of themselves. I was like, oh, this is gonna be awesome. I'll love it.
It's been a while since Regina's been able to talk to a German she can actually trust.
Yeah.
Like, I imagine that entire conversation happened in like German.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
When does she get to talk to anybody in German? There's also just like a strange comfortability and just like there's a knowing there. Like, I know you get up in the morning and have a glass of water and do your 50 push-ups. Why? Because you're a good German. Like, I just know it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there's some comfort in that. It's been a long time since she's had another German.
So that she can maybe, speak in her native language, connect to it kind of herself again in some kind of a way. And
that's why she gotta ask him that too. It's like, do you remember?
Yeah.
Do you remember Germany? Like, do you remember our country and like that? When you thought you were doing the right thing, or like when there was pride behind it. Yeah.
And I also just loved the stage, right? Like thinking about the stage, and like there's just, it's brilliant. So audience, I want to thank you all for being here and sitting with us for this story, and it means a lot. And tell your friends about it if you want to. If you don't want to, you don't have to. You can find me here. All the goodness. We will catch you all later. Be good agents, and remember, do what's right. That means, by the way, we have an election coming up. I hope you're registered to vote, everybody.
To vote.
Out there.
It matters.
Right? And be kind to each other, and also be kind to yourself. Be kind to yourself, everyone. We will see you next week.
See you Friday.